Hello, everybody. Hello and welcome. Welcome in. It is a pleasure to see you. I'm so happy to have you here. Welcome into our Tales from the Foxhole, our special event. I'm getting a couple of things all set up right here. Excellent. Hi. I'm so glad to have you here. Welcome to part 3, and I believe probably, unless something happens, the finale of No Grave for Traitors, our Seasons of Death summer Night's Black Agent solo ops 1-to-1 adventure with myself as your GM and a person that I cannot name yet because that's not how you do intros. You got to say the name last, and a special player. Who I will not name just yet, but this is a campaign using the Gumshoe 1-to-1 system with 1 GM, 1 player, and it is in the Night's Black Agent universe, which is basically conspiracy thriller, Jason Bourne, and vampires, where our protagonists have been members of secret of intelligence agencies, have done sort of undercover spy work. They're badass spies, but have learned too much. And learning too much means it's not great for them. And now they're on the run from vampires and also trying to track down the vampire conspiracy. And that is our show. So I would like to say thank you for being here. Thank all of you who have left comments on YouTube who are watching us there. If you are, like, subscribe, comment. Those of you who are watching us live, you watching this live really makes the big difference. This is what we're here for. I enjoy playing offline, but I also really enjoy playing online. There's a bit of a charge knowing that the wonderful audience is here leaving comments, and it gives excitement. So let me see. How can you support us? So as a channel, it is my goal and it is my commitment that I'm always going to pay my cast and anybody else that I need to commission. And so if you want to help continue making these shows and help it so that I, don't have to necessarily pay out of pocket, you can give tips and bits. If you do, I will read out any tips and bits messages that come in at the end. You can also join our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and, just drop some cash in there, and it's a big thank you. And we have a special tier, which is our sponsor tier, which is $200. There's only a limited for the 4 weeks out of the month. And that will pay for a cast of 4 players for 1 week. And then you get a special radio ad and you get a shout out from me. And I'm going to give a shout and a special spot in our credits. And our shout out goes to Will and TW, who is our long-standing sponsor and also note taker for our big campaigns. And just pretty amazing. So what we're running here is Seasons of Death. This is a thing that I started 2 summers ago with Seasons of Death Autumn with Warp Reactor, or Greg, if you know Greg, as Archangel, an agent who was burned. And if you recall, you probably don't, and there's no record of it, but when I first started it, the very first episode was called Night's Black Agent Solo. That's what it was called. And after that first episode, I knew that this could not just remain that. So I renamed it to an actual show title, Seasons of Death. And I gave him, he chose Autumn. And now we're having Seasons of Death Summer. So clearly there will be more of this. And, once we get all 4 seasons, that's a time for a different moment. But so thank you all for being here. You can also retweet that we're live or reskeet that we're live, reskeet, retweet, do the whole thing. Let people know that we're here so they can come and enjoy us and watch the show as well. So let's talk a little bit about who we have at the other side of this table with me. We have a professional actor, improviser, world-traveled, amazing person, international person of mystery, person who knows so many different things that it is astounding. Smart, perceptive, cagey, interesting, a great player and also a great friend. I would like to introduce you to, and if you would, say who you're playing, Ari Ventures.
My goodness, what an introduction.
Yay!
Thank you, Trooper. You are an absolute gem. Hi, I'm Ari_Ventures. You can find me online, and I am playing Prometheus. Their street name is Chris, but Prometheus. And they're forensic accountants who is very good at understanding what the numbers are trying to say. Think, the IRS took down Capone? Yeah, yeah, that's what Chris does. Oh, sorry, Prometheus does.
So, let's do a quick recap as this is our most likely last session of this adventure, unless something happens. I don't know. Of this adventure, to be clear. Our agent doing the money, following the trail of money of a international drug smuggler and crime kingpin named Sam Lenko, has been doing this job for a couple of years, working on this mission, not in person, but behind a desk for the most part. Was following the money, was able to reconstruct an entire network of where the drug funds are going, right? From Afghanistan through Europe to the United States to the world, figuring it all out. And it was getting really close to maybe getting close to a takedown, right? Getting that money together, working for Interpol, by the way. And in the process of all of this work, the last year started realizing that there was something else. There was a different money network that Sam Lenko, this crime lord, was connected to, but was not Sam Lenko's crime network. So what was it? It could be anything. And they began tracking this second network, and they gathered all their information into a document they called the Infinity Ledger. And they made a good copy of it, and they sent it to their boss to say, hey, something's weird. Something else is going on. And then the next day they went into work to see their boss, to sort of report in, to see how things are going. And then their key card did not work. So they called their boss and was like, hey boss, my key card's not working. And the boss is like, are you outside of the office right now? And they were like, yes. And the boss is like, chat, 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 chat. And then two goons started approaching, and our agent thought, maybe I should just have a lovely conversation with them. I'm sure nothing weird's going on. That's not what they thought. They got out of there real fast. And they did not go straight home. They went home. They got home later than they were supposed to get home. And when they did get home, their entire apartment building was on fire. So that seemed bad. If they'd gotten home earlier, they probably would have been in that fire. So they went to one of their friends' house, one of their best friends, couple with a godson, about 7. Nobody knows about them. At least work doesn't know about them. When they got there, there was blood everywhere, and they saw what they think of as a vampire, leaning over with fangs. One of their friends, Lee. Prometheus, they tried to fight off this creature, found out this person was way stronger than normal, and in the process of this fight, blood got everywhere. Theirs got on that creature. The creatures got in their wounds. They escaped. Since then, however, they've been having weird dreams about this creature, and they decided that they were not going to just hide and do nothing. They were going to track down. They're going to track down what's going on, and they found a Francesca Curtis. Was a person that was bringing money from their crime lord off to London. So they went to try to find out what's going on. In the process, these are the things that they've learned. And this recap is not just for the audience, it's also for my player. So these are things they learned, that Sam Lenko, our crime kingpin, over there in Spain, they didn't actually know whether he was going to be there or not, but there is a woman named Francesca Curtis, who's an investment analyst, who was like basically a money courier for this secondary network, which our agent Prometheus now believes to be some kind of vampire conspiracy network, which sounds pretty crazy. But don't worry about it. Just because it sounds crazy. Anyway, you know what? Don't even worry about it. So they were able to figure out that Francesca Curtis was going to be in this small town in Spain, and went there to figure out maybe they could learn something. In the process, they learned a couple of things. That she is working as a go-between between Hollister Consulting and our crime lord. and was there, flew over to go and deliver paperwork. And this paperwork, turns out that the paperwork had not arrived. She had to give this paperwork that had to be signed by the crime lord himself. And she was being given the runaround waiting. Hollister was not sending the paperwork in, waiting. And then after all the assassins got themselves set up, the paperwork arrived. And then she's going to go and deliver this paperwork to where Sam Lanko is, a private party in a villa. Our agent, however, of course, saw everything, realized they were assassins, and was like, I need to get to this guy beforehand. Gets the party first, is able to go and do a lot of surveillance, finds out a couple of things. One, now they already knew this, but the assassins come from a rival drug lord. And that's probably not great because it's really hard to find Sam Lanko. Sam Lanko is very paranoid and very careful, and you almost are never going to be able to find this person unless someone were delivering paperwork to them directly. Then you could probably track them. And conveniently, the assassins were doing just that, as was our protagonist, Prometheus. And at this party, before the assassins could get there, Prometheus, along with an ally, learned a couple of things. One, Behar, the other crime lord, has been based out of Morocco, has been making a lot of aggressive moves against Sam Lanko. Very aggressive moves. Sam Lanko's underlings were like, we should probably make some kind of a truce or try to work something out. And Sam Lanko's like, yeah, you know what? Don't worry about it. I got this. I've got friends, friends that I can contact with a special secret thing at midnight. And his underlings are like, okay, that's weird. Whatever. I guess. I don't know what that's about. But, I've got special connections. But of course, the main problem is Hollister. Anthony Hollister, this political fixer, who used to be the it boy in British politics, and then all of a sudden took a private client and then just stopped doing that work. A very, very rich private client. We don't really know who. And this fellow was clearly working with Sam Lanko to do money laundering, right? This is what this whole thing's about, money laundering, for his private clients. And there was a pretty regular schedule of money coming in from Sam Lanko through Hollister. But the paperwork shows, although it wasn't supposed to, that Hollister uncharacteristically asked Sam Lanko for a huge amount of money as an advance for some of this drug stuff, which is pretty disrespectful to a drug kingpin, mafiosi, and also pretty weird, and also too much money, in the sense that it was enough money that law enforcement watchdogs would be alerted to that huge transfer of money, i.e. it was a risky choice, and it must have been done because Hollister needed something. It was also done when the same day the attack happened on our protagonist, where there was probably a vampire involved. So why did Hollister wait until vampires are perhaps distracted to do this huge money transfer? It's a strange question. And it does not look like, from the way that our agent looked through things, that it looked like this was for Hollister, not for his clients, but using the client's name. So there's some questions about what's going on. Why does Hollister need this money? What's happening? So sadly, Sam Lanko was assassinated by those assassins. And before he could die, our agent, they go over to get right to him right before he died. And Lanko said, the auction and Jarek. What does that mean? We don't know. But Sam Lanko was not able to contact his friends because of someone stealing the phone before he could get there, and also assassins. But what is the phone? It's called the necrophone. It is a jar, a fairly heavy, large, sort of a bell jar full of grave dirt that has like not the receiver part of the phone, but the transmitter part of the phone attached to it by a tube. And you've got to pour blood into it. And then you could contact someone on the other end, probably somebody who's connected to the grave soil. You can't hear back, but you can certainly contact them. It's creepy. It's creepy. Yep. It's cool. But in case, and our agent has this necrophone with them, they have left Spain and they've headed to London. That is where we are going to that's where our curtain is going to be drawn, but we're not there yet. I want to show you a couple of things, give you a couple of reminders. So in this game, we don't have hit points or anything like that. This is custom made for one player, one GM, and a lot of work happens. Got a character sheet, which is cool, but a lot of work happens with cards. And we have contact cards, problem cards, and edge cards. Edges are good, problems are bad, contacts are people. And our agent has gathered resources over time and currently has 2 problems, a starting problem. Every agent has a starting problem. This one is one about getting weird dreams every once in a while ever since that fight. And then also a loose end. The assassins saw them and want you dead because you're a loose end. They have not yet found our agent, but that is a problem that's just hanging out there waiting. We also have the edge of the necrophone, which I guess is an edge, perhaps. And we also have 2 contacts. Diego Cruz is a black marketeer, who is based in Spain, usually around Barcelona, but that whole area. And then also a psychologist. Their work psychologist, who is probably dead, actually, but still talk to them. So that's great. And, it's
Totally
fine.
fine.
It's totally fine. And then every agent gets 3 edge masteries, which are special abilities they can use that usually they're gone once you use them, and they refresh at the beginning of each operation that kind of tell you something about who they are. And our agent has 2 pushes. You start with 3. Our agent currently has 2, and pushes are used to get things, right? So in this game, you never roll for investigative skills. You just have to use them, and then you get all the info. But sometimes you don't just want info, you want other things, and those things you tend to have to get a push for. So contacts are important because if there are skills that you do not have that you need access to, you're probably going to go try to find a contact and ask that contact if they can help you out. Give them information. If you have, like, for example, an ancient artifact and you do not have the archaeology skill, you can drop that skill, you can drop it off at a contact, find a contact, drop it off, and then they can work on it while you're doing other things, right? So there's all of that sort of goodness happening. Great. Good. I believe the only thing else I need to tell you is you've gotten information on Anthony, you're back in London. You've gotten information on Anthony Hollister Consulting. You know his office. You know where he lives. You have just arrived, so you have not yet done surveillance on your own, but you do have a sense of what you have a sense, right, of where to at least start if you wanted to surveil him or whatever you want to do. You also know that he has a very large wolfhound, which is probably a puppet for a vampire if you are not just insane, right? If you are not hallucinating and unwell, then this person always has bodyguards and a huge, long, probably questionable dog with him at all times. So I should say one last thing. We do not have hit points, but we do have 3 scores, which I'm going to add to our overlay at some point in time for the next agent. Each time I run something, I try to make the production a little bit better each time. And they are heat, injury, and shadow. Our agent currently has no heat at all. They were able to ditch any kind of heat they got, which is great. And that is how much attention the non-supernatural authorities are paying attention to you. Injury is when you get injured. Again, we're fine. And then shadow is how bright of a beacon you are for the supernatural. And currently, this is a scale of 0 to 5, by the way. Our agent has 2 shadow. And these are kind of permanent shadow that they're not really going to be able to get rid of very easily or at all. Well, some of them might be able to get rid of, but that's going to be tricky, really. It's hard to get rid of shadow. Yeah. The doctor, the way you get rid of that shadow is you get rid of the doctor. And then you don't have that shadow anymore. But then you don't have the doctor. That dark call starting problem, well, I probably have to figure out a way to get rid of that one. Anyhow, so to Shadow, whenever our agent takes time to rest, to reset, to travel, uh, all of your heat trackers become a problem. Your problem trackers, they're called. They manifest in some sort of a way that's probably not going to be good, but you'll find out. And the higher the number, the worse it is. 1 to 2 is. Uh, oh, wait. Wait. There. Hello, everyone. We're back. Hi. There was a catastrophic internet failure over here on my end. I don't know why. I think it was my university's internet. I am so sorry. We did all of our preamble and now we're getting into it. Welcome back, everybody. So, you have arrived in London. You know where to find Anthony Hollister. You know where his office is, certainly. You know that he's a little bit questionable, perhaps, or perhaps more than a little bit questionable. And
Very questionable.
you have very questionable. You have options. Last time in Spain, you spent a little bit of time doing surveillance, sort of scoping out the place. But I would like to know, as we left last time, you were in front of his offices. What do you want to do? What is your plan?
So there were a couple of things that Lanko had mentioned, including the fact that there's Hollister and an auction of some kind. So I first want to see if I
Yes.
could get a line of sight on the auction and when it's happening. So I think what Prometheus would do is they would disguise themselves
Mhm.
in some way. They'd probably like pick up a blonde wig or something like that, like a different colored hairpiece.
Mm.
Um, and then they would go and try to talk with Hollister's secretary um, to see if they can find out about when the auction is, and they would pose as somebody who is going to who's handling the bids within the auction. So all of the pieces that need to be put into place for the auctions, they pose as like, no, that's too much. They would pose as somebody who was interested in doing catering for the auction. That's who they're going to pose as.
So, I realize that I need to pop out our chat, not ours, but theirs, because I realized like what something's missing. It's like, oh, I can't see what the battle buddies have to say.
You have to see what they have to say. I know, because they've been saying
I
some really
know
clever. There was a lot
they
of
say
internet work that was done while you were gone. I don't
they say
know
good
if you're
things.
aware.
I'm not
They
aware.
do. Yeah.
All right. So no, before we jump into this, I need to just clarify. What you want to do is to go into Hollister's office before any kind of surveillance, things like that. You want to go in pretending to be the caterer for the auction house.
Somebody who is interested. Oh, for the auction house? Yes. Yeah. So somebody who has done catering for that auction house historically, or at some point in time.
Which auction house?
So I don't know the auction houses off
You
the top of
don't.
my head in London, but
There are many.
I feel like that would be really easy to, but we don't know which one it's going to be at. Okay, I
That
see
is
where you're coming from.
correct. That is correct.
Okay, so we need to do more surveillance here.
I'm just saying that if you don't know which auction house it is and you go in to represent somebody working for that auction house, that might be tricky.
Also, there is I imagine all of these auction houses would have the upcoming auctions posted. Chrys, I bet, would like look and do a little just online searching to see what's coming up within these auction houses and if there is anything that looks suspicious or that might be tied to Hollister's firm.
So this would take time because there are many auction houses and some of them are private and do not advertise what they're doing. Sotheby's, absolutely. That's an auction house that you would be able to find out about easily. But there are private auction houses that do not advertise at all. And so doing a bunch of searching this way might get you a bunch of public stuff, but if this is private, you're not going to get it from a general search.
So here's okay. So take three. Take three. Here's
I'm just throwing it out
the
there.
third plan.
Now, you could do it. I'm just
Um,
saying it would take time and it may not be as useful as you might like.
they're going to approach as a caterer who is interested in catering auctions, not one that is tied with a specific auction house to date.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
you know, they'll have a bunch of like fake references and that kind of thing to be able to like say like, you know, I'm a very good caterer. I'm very good at being able to handle silent auctions, live auctions in a way that like
Mm-hmm.
allows people to both enjoy the experience and
Mm-hmm.
engage in the purchasing effort. So they're not going to ally themselves with the current one. They're going to say that this is what they want to do.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now, before you go in there, Hollister does not run auctions. He's a political fixer. So why is your cover approaching him to talk about auctions?
Because they heard that there was potentially an auction being run by him, and they're trying to find a way to start with something that's a little bit more intimate before getting into the big space like Sotheby's.
Mm-hmm. And I will note, there's no evidence he's running an auction. There's just a mention of an auction and also this name Jarek. Just so you know. All right.
Good. I mean, very good point. This might be a dead
So I'm going to
end.
need
That's a
from
dead
you.
end.
That's an interesting choice of words. I'm going to need from you. Oh, some people are worried about you, I think, is what's happening right now.
I'm worried about me.
I mean, I'd be worried about
Dead
you
end.
too. I need you to make a cover roll.
Yep. Oh, daggone.
I need you to make a cover roll because you are trying to disguise yourself as someone else so that you can get access to this place. Do you know? It's a thing that
Yeah.
you're working on. Cover. Hmm. 8.
An 8.
This
Okay.
an 8. An 8. And this is just a quick test.
Okay, here we go. First one.
A
Oh,
5.
all right.
A 5 is your first one. Describe getting yourself ready.
So
In
this
cover.
is they opt for a long blonde wig, and they end up finding one that's got like not human hair, but it looks really like there's some wigs out there these days that like you pay $15 for them, but they actually like get pretty close to the real thing.
Yep. Yep.
So they find one of those. They also put contacts in and take their glasses off. And they are gonna put on just like the brightest, most distracting red lipstick in the world. So that if someone's trying to ID them later, the things that they're going to remember are long blonde hair and bright red lips.
Your second die.
Hey.
That's a 9. You approach this office in Kensington. You're all disguised. And this is the Hollister Consultancy Limited offices. You've not done any surveillance on it. You just sort of came from the airport, got your safe house, and then immediately went to these offices. And as you make your way into this, and it's very expensive. Anybody who is not particularly high class is going to stand out in this area heavily. There are CCTV cameras everywhere. This seems like if you were poor, you should be picked up real quick, is what I'm trying to say. Do you know what I mean? Like this is that kind of place. Uh, and when you go into this building, there is, a bottom receptionist that will allow you into the elevator that bring you up. There's security everywhere, cameras everywhere. You make your way up to the top of this office, and when you get up there, you have you have to go down a hallway. It's not one of those easy things where you can just like walk into this place. You've got to. It's a little bit of a labyrinth. You know where to go. You've been given
Mm.
directions, but it's not a fast in or out, and it's not an obvious way to get to the office. Do you know what I mean? Um,
Mhm.
and you see a number of people who are out and about, some of whom look to you like they are probably bodyguards. And you come into a reception area on this sort of upper floor, that's a top floor reception area. That's like a waiting room area. It's actually really quite nice. It's a kind of a nice sort of loungy sort of a space where you've got a secretary on the side. You've got a big door that says Anthony Hollister out of wood that she is the guard for. There's a nice there are couches. There's a nice table with magazines, and there are people waiting in this lovely reception area, two of which seem to be bodyguards. Just they are, I would say they're not trying to present themselves as bodyguards. They're trying to present themselves as people sitting reading a magazine. Uh, but, people come in and out. There's a huge photocopy machine right down the way. Like it's this very sort of, um, very professional, but very, very secure sort of place. And you walk in, and the secretary looks up at you, and he is, like a probably early 30s, early 30s Indian man with a nice sharp suit and tie. His hair is freshly cut, slicked back, and he has this sort of bright smile as you approach him. Um, Hello, how may I help you?
Yes, well, I'm just going to all of the places that I've heard might be doing some sort of more intimate auction, and I wondered, I'd heard a rumor that you might be doing that, and thought I might offer my services. I'm fantastic at catering, and I'd love to get into the business.
Well, I'm sorry, we don't run auctions. We are a
Ah,
little consultancy firm.
of course, my mistake, my mistake. So,
And your name?
but you wouldn't be, I'm sorry,
Your name?
Opal, Opal Longsworth.
And he writes it down. Opal Longsworth. Thank you. Yes,
Yes,
you were saying?
absolutely. Oh, I was wondering, I'm trying to, of course, get connection into the auction business, and it sounds like you don't quite run them yourselves. Is there any chance that you or your political people that you're supporting might be attending one in the near future?
Oh, that sort of a thing is confidential. We certainly
Of
couldn't give out
course.
the whereabouts of our clientele. I'm afraid that wouldn't be proper. Um, I'm so sorry. We don't deal with catering. We're not an auction house. I'm sorry. I don't think we could help you at all. Uh, Forgive me. If you don't mind. And he sort of points the door out, right? It's very clear that
Hmm.
he's like,
Hmm.
I don't know why some weird caterer wants to show up. We're done.
Yeah,
And
and
he's very
he's not
polite
going to
about
give
it.
them any information.
No, however, you did roll your cover successfully.
That's good.
Is it?
I'd rather not be recognized. Yes, I think that's very good.
You aren't recognized, which is probably good for you. However, you did have a success. So, as our secretary is about to shuffle this person out who really seems to have no reason, like this is just weird to him. He's like, nope. And what secretaries do, their job is to make sure that nobody talks to the boss and everybody leaves. Do you know what I mean? Like that's their job. Um, what is your shadow?
Shadow is 2 right now.
I see. Right. So, as the secretary is about to shuffle you off and out of the office, you hear a growl. A growl from the other side of Hollister's door. A low growl and a sniffling sound right at the door, as if some large dog on the other end of the door has picked up an interesting scent. And the phone
Interesting.
rings. And the secretary picks up the phone and says, "Yes? No? No? Uh, and Opal Longsworth? No? Some sort of, um, no, no. Just standing here, actually. Wanted to know something about an auction." "Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Thank you, sir." And he puts the phone down. He goes, "Pardon me,
Yes.
Opal, um, Mr. Hollister would like to speak with you."
Oh, well, of course. And here's a business card for you. And it's just gonna be like Opal Longfreeze, like catering service. What you need, we provide. Like it's super generic, but something a leave behind kind of thing. And uh it connects to a brand new burner phone, like one of their like
Yeah,
a not their main burner phone, a completely
yeah.
separate burner phone. Or actually, why am
And
I saying burner phone? It's a Google voice number. That's
yeah,
all it is.
it's a modern day. And he sort of
Yeah.
just gestures towards the door where the strange growling is coming from.
Uh Prometheus is going to give him their best smile, just like, "Oh, so kind of you, like you took care of everything." Hang on, let me fix my blue screen
Mm-hmm,
really fast
mm-hmm,
here.
mm-hmm.
Um, and then they're going to step into the room knowing full well that this wolf is in there. Um,
Before you can, right before you get to the door, you hear a click. Clearly, the secretary has a secret button that allows the door to be unlocked or not. Um,
oh, that's a
right.
lot of security.
It is a lot of security. I don't know why he has this much security, but he does. He has a lot of security. Uh, and the two customers, i.e., bodyguards, sort of just note you walking in. They just note, right? And when you get to the door, you can now open it, but you hear the distinct click of like an automatic unlock happening as you step inside um, this office. And the door shuts behind you and it locks. You can hear it click.
Oh, fun. That's good. That's fine.
And as you step inside this office is quite large, and it is lined with bookshelves, full of books. There is also like a suit of armor in one corner. There are just like a shield, like a medieval shield. There are paintings, dark wood, massive, huge desk, dark wood desk. Um, it is something a very expensive carpet, like a rug, some sort of like a
Mm.
woven, very sort of expensive, probably uh, Persian that's there. There's a nice sort of bar. This is a very, very expensive office with expensive things that are also a lot of antiques, a lot of old things
Mm.
in there. And
Mhm,
behind the
mhm.
desk is Anthony Hollister. But let's not talk about him at first. Let's talk about the dog,
Ah,
who is right there, right there. The dog is tall. So let's say that Hollister is 6 foot, 5'11", 6'1", around there, right? Um, this dog, the top of its head reaches the top of his shoulders.
oh my gosh.
Yes, yes.
This is a
I
horse.
yes. Yes.
Okay.
And I just thought I'd just share how large
Yeah.
this dog is. And the dog is pale. And it's not just the fur is pale, but the dog itself is pale. And its eyes are dog eyes. They're definitely dog eyes, right? Because that is absolutely how I would describe them. Uh, it's a wolfhound, super pale. Uh, you know how eyes, when they just hit the light the right way, they sort of like glow back, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a red tint uh, to the glow of the eyes.
Totally
Uh,
normal dog eyes. Got it.
absolutely, absolutely normal dog eyes. And it is standing like like a statue, actually, right? It is
Ooh.
completely still, and like you might not have even noticed it was there, except that it's right there. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like
Hmm.
it is not moving as if it were in suspended animation, but it is looking at you, and you have the sense that it is at any moment ready to move. And you don't know. How would you know? But the stillness of this very large wolfhound um, gives you the feeling that if it does move, it will move faster than probably you would like it to.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but it is looking at you in a way that how tall is Prometheus?
Prometheus is 6 feet tall. They're a pretty tall person.
Nice. Um,
Yeah.
so, it's shorter than you, but, you know,
Eh,
yeah,
eh. Never stared a dog in the eyes before, but I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, and it's not that low of a.
yeah,
There's not
yeah,
not much of a tilt of the head is needed here.
yeah. And you know how dogs might sniff you or lick you or whatever? Nothing. It's just
No.
looking. No, just looking. And there's
God.
Hollister, who is, um, again, he looks to be in his mid 30s, probably. So
Mhm.
young, healthy, vital. Um, has got like a real rich person's vibe about him, sort
Mm,
of,
mm.
sort of, um, ish. You would have to have high society to know more about that, I guess. Um, but very impeccably dressed, very expensive suit. Um, it's a little shiny, the suit, and he exudes confidence and a breezy sort of privilege, and looks at you. The dog is right there and says, "Oh, excuse me. Um, I was told you had come in asking about auctions.
Oh yes. What
Have
a
a
big
seat.
dog you have.
Yes, please have a seat." And he points
And
to
from
there's like a chair that's, how do I put this? It's right in front of uh, the desk. There are other chairs in this room. Some of them, it seems as if he moves chairs depending on what impact he wants. Um,
oh.
whether or not there's chairs there at all, right? Like, are there chairs? Are there not chairs? And the
Mhm.
chair that is seated there, it's seated like centered right across this large desk, and it's uh, sort of a smallish chair, actually.
Hmm. Does it look it I assume when you say smallish, it's probably not very ornate. It looks pretty plain.
Yes, but also it's short.
Okay. Oh,
When I
okay.
say
It's short.
smallish,
I
I
see
mean
what you're saying now.
like it's a kind of like a shorter chair rather than like a tall chair. Um, it looks to you to be like Well, I think most people may not notice it, but you are, after all, a spy. It looks to you like a couple inches shorter than a normal chair should be.
So he wants to make sure I'm looking up at him.
Yes, he
Got it.
does. That is exactly the space. And also, yes. And also, you're going to feel probably a little bit dwarfed in front of this desk. That is the impact that he is going for. There are other chairs that are normal sized that are off to the sides, but this is the chair that he has
Mhm.
brought out for you.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Prometheus will
Mm-hmm.
sort of edge past the dog, like giving it
The
a
dog
respectful.
doesn't move at
I
all.
does its head turn to follow Prometheus, or
Just
is it
its
no?
eyes.
Well, that's creepy.
Yeah. As you move past, the eyes just go.
Ugh. um they'll like, they're gonna treat it like a normal human would walking into that situation with a huge dog
Sure.
like that. Like, you
Mm-hmm.
get a little nervous. You like have a little bit of like, oh, and you're trying to, so they're really trying to play this part of like
Yeah. Yeah.
someone who just wants to be able to do catering for an auction
Mm-hmm.
and is trying to find an in into the auction houses through someone who might be running or adjacent to an auction in some way.
Mm.
And so they're very just like, and then they when they sit down, they like look back at the dog a couple times before like refocusing on Hollister. And they're
That's the
like,
dog, by the way.
that did look like the dog. And they're
Mm.
like, I'm so sorry. I just it- quite the dog you have there.
Yes, indeed. So,
Uh,
I was told by my secretary that you have questions about auctions.
Oh yes. You see it. Well, I'm trying to get into the business. I've been doing catering for a while, and I was thinking if I start with something a little smaller, more
Mm,
intimate, you know, with the right people in the room, then I
mm.
might be able to gain access to some of the bigger houses. And well, I've got this new business consultant who is helping me grow my business, and she was saying that the best way to do that is to reach out to the people connected to the auction, not necessarily running the auction because they have their own lists. And so I
Mm.
just wondered, um, I'd heard on the street that you might be connected to an auction, and I know it seems strange, especially considering what you do, but anyway, I just wondered.
Hmm. Interesting. And the dog, very silently. If you were not you, you may not have noticed that the dog has started moving, because
Oh
the dog
God.
moves completely silently. And the dog is behind your chair now, completely silently, now looking at you, just inches behind you. And then you
Oh,
hear it. It goes, your shadow is two, is that correct?
uh-huh.
Yeah. Hmm. And then the dog goes,
Prometheus will like slowly ease to stand up and say,
oh, you
You
probably
know
shouldn't
what?
stand. You probably shouldn't stand, says Hollister.
Uh, and they're gonna be like halfway between standing and sitting, but like looking at the dog and then back at Hollister, like, am I about to be
I, just sit and don't make any sudden moves. Um, it's all right, girl. There's nothing to be concerned about. Everything is fine. And the dog.
with all due respect, it's hard to believe that with, and Prometheus will like point, gesture
It's all
subtly.
it's all right. Now, Hollister's trying to interact with this dog in some sort of a way. Is the vibe. You know how some people uh have you ever watched one of those reality shows with like the British dog woman who's like, bah, right? And like, this is how you train a dog. This is how you dog.
Yeah.
dog things, right? Like that. There's like a whole dog way, the whole official dog ways of getting dogs to do the things they need to do. He's not interacting with the dog this way at all. That's not how he's interacting with his dog. He's like, all right, it's fine. Don't, and he's not talking to you right now, as a matter of fact. He's talking to the dog. It's all right. Everything's all right. There's no need to be concerned. I'm sure that whatever cologne or scent that my guest is wearing is what is probably causing you distress. It's not a problem at all. Just you know, picks up the phone. Yes, I think I need you to come in, and I need you to take my dog out of the office and just keep it outside. Yes, my guest is being made to feel very uncomfortable right now by the dog, and I don't think I can do any business. And business is quite important. This is some sort of no. I'm sorry. And by the way, you don't necessarily hear anybody speaking back on the other line. There's somebody there, obviously, but he's not actually responding to whoever it is who's talking on the phone. My guess is actually completely unimportant and not particularly interesting, and more like one of those people who wants to come and sell something, some sort of low-grade salesperson who I'm going to be pushing out of the office very, very quickly. But I do enjoy sometimes seeing what people who are desperate to sell things, how with their pitches. I always find it interesting. But I'm not going to be able to get a good pitch from this person who is completely pointless. If the dog is still in the room, it's a bit of fun for me. So if you could just take the dog out of the office and bring it into reception so that I can deal with whatever nonsense I've got from this random person, that would be much appreciated. And then, of course, I will let the dog back in, if you don't mind. Yes. Excellent. Puts the phone down. You hear the click. One of the beefy, burly bodyguards comes in and walks up towards the door, towards the dog, not looking very comfortable, to be honest. And is like, just puts up his hands and he goes, all right, girl. I've been told by the boss, I'm gonna take you outside the office, yeah? But I'm not gonna, it's gonna be all right. We're just gonna take you outside the office just for like a brief moment. And I don't know how weird Prometheus thinks this is, but it's all a little bit strange. And the dog just kind of like looks from the bodyguard, looks at Hollister, looks at the bodyguard, looks to Hollister, and Hollister's like, it's really not a big deal. Just wanting to go and see what our spam visitor has to say. Just a bit of fun. So if you don't mind, to the dog, not to you, right? And the dog just gets closer to Opal and sniffs really deeply. And then just looks to Hollister and pauses. And the look is like a long, hard look from the dog to Hollister. And then the dog turns and starts walking out of the office. And the bodyguard just follows the dog, and the door shuts and locks. So, Opal Longsworth, I've been told you are some sort of... Who told you to go and speak to me?
Sam Lanko.
You said a woman told you to go and speak to me, and Sam Lanko is no woman.
You're right. And that's no ordinary dog.
Of course it is.
Sure. Excellent then. Sam Lanko didn't send me. Samantha Lanky did. While we're telling lies.
So, what brings you to my office, Opal Longworth?
The auction.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He did.
Did he?
I say did past tense because he's gone. And they're gonna, when they say that, they're gonna like watch his face to see if Hollister has a reaction, to see if Hollister knew this news yet or not.
What skill are you using here? Because this is a
I
skill.
think this is a skill. I think that this is, and
he will
I'm
just
just
say,
gonna.
sorry, I don't know anything about that.
Ooh, I'm dodging between intimidation and criminology, honestly, because I feel like this is like a
Probably
knowledge of criminal.
bullshit detector to find out if he's lying to you.
Oh, also that. I forgot I had bullshit detector.
That's
Bullshit
the
detector
skill.
it is.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've never even heard of, I don't think I know Sam Lenko, I'm afraid, so sorry. And, I'm going to tell you something about bullshit detecting Anthony Hollister. Generally speaking, the skill always works, with some exceptions. People who are insane, who really believe the things they're saying, they're not bullshitting you, right? So may not always work on like brainwash people or cultists, that sort of a thing.
Fair.
Some people are very good at lying, though. They have gotten so good at lying, it's really hard to ping bullshit detection on them. And what I'm going to tell you is this. Generally speaking, everything about him says honesty. He never seems like he's lying. He never seems like, you never ping that anything he says is dishonest. However, you know for a fact he's lying to you, right? You know, because you know what the truth is. You know that he's had contact with Sam Lenko. You've seen the contracts. You know that he knows who Sam Lenko is. And when he says, I've never heard of him before, and your bullshit detector does not ping at all, you know that this person is deceptive to a level that is not regular, right? That's a bit of a red flag for you, I would say. But I would say that once you pick up on this, how good he is at lying. When you mention that Lenko is dead, a little twitch happens at the corner of his mouth. It is very subtle, very, very subtle. But what it tells you is that he knew that. What it tells you is that he was informed already that Sam Lenko was dead. It's very subtle, a little flicker at the corner of the mouth. Right? So it's just that you're like, oh, somebody told him already. But he also is behaving as if he doesn't even know who this man is. And he says, well, the woman, you said?
Sure. Yes, a woman. Mentioned the auction and your select clientele that will be engaged there. And as they say that, they're gonna watch him to see if they see another, like, did they hit the mark or not on his clients being there versus himself being there to get something.
You get nothing from him on this one. He is stone facing you here. And he says, Interesting. Um, did they say who my clients were? This person.
No, not to me.
Interesting.
I know
You
you have
know,
quite a few clients, though.
I certainly do. A person in my status has
Of
many
course.
dangerous and influential clients who don't
Yes,
really
yes.
appreciate people putting their nose in their business. They don't like nosy parkers. It's quite dangerous, to poke their nose into people's business.
Yes, it was quite dangerous for that person you don't know the other day.
Well, sometimes business can be dangerous. So I'm surprised to hear about such a terrible death. How did they die?
Isn't that just the question?
Mm, I mean, you seem to know more about this than I do. I'd be interested. I imagine I could wait to hear it on the news, whoever this person is, but I'd be interested. How did they die?
Well, I'm sure. It's interesting to me.
Mm,
You mentioned that business can be dangerous, and
mm,
sometimes people on one side of the deal may be looking to expand their territory, maybe looking to take a little bit more market share.
mm,
Seems this Sam Lanko ran into somebody who wanted his share of the market.
mm. Interesting. Who might that have been?
That be the question indeed. I thought for sure you would know, honestly.
I don't know why I would know anything about this, but I'd be
Right,
interested to know if you do.
of course, because you don't know him. Honestly, I'd like to help you with the auction. That's the entire reason I'm here.
Hmm. Interesting. Um, you know, and he just sort of leans back for a moment. It's a very slight shift in his attitude. Um, in the presentation of his attitude. You
Hmm.
don't actually think his attitude has actually shifted at all, but there's a slight shift in the presentation of his attitude as you can hear the dog snuffling at the back of the door. The dog is at the door, sniffling and snuffling. Just like clearly you can hear the dog, who's been generally quite silent, there. You can hear the paw hitting the door. And he goes, "Oh, personally, I have long been an enthusiast, a bit of a hobbyist collector of a bit of an amateur historian of the medieval era. Love medieval history. You can see I've got my that suit of armor is actually from the 15th century, as a matter of fact. Yes, and
God.
I'm a bit of a collector, of medieval art, and I have quite a bit of interest in collecting medieval knickknacks and trinkets. It's just it's a hobby of mine. It's well known. My clients tend to find my hobby somewhat amusing. Um, they think it's a bit of a fun little side thing of my own that I'm interested in. So if there's any sort of auction that you might be thinking about, I don't even know if there is one, but it is just a bit of a side hobby of mine that isn't particularly part of business.
I see, of course. Of course.
And the dog
Interesting.
continues to sniffle. And when he did all of that, he just sort of leaned back and his voice projected just a little bit louder when he said all of that.
Hmm. Hmm. Prometheus will say out loud, yes, I too like to separate my pleasure from business,
Mhm,
as loudly as possible.
mhm,
And then they'll talk a little bit more about the value of catering when attending such
mhm,
events. And
mhm,
then they'll pause and they'll lean in
mhm.
significantly quieter.
Oh, interesting. Yes. Uh huh. Go on. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh.
And they'll say, so then this auction that you are not attending, what do you seek?
Would you like to give me a push?
Yes,
It's a notice
100%.
push. You have 2 pushes left. If you would like to give me one, you certainly may.
All yours.
Thank you. As you lean forward, you notice something on his desk. It's a letter addressed to him in very, very expensive stationery. No return address. But you can also tell that it has been opened because he clearly has like a little letter opener knife sort of a thing. So it has been opened, this letter. But it's sort of placed on the desk. It seems to be looking at the makeup of his desk itself. The desk, it is placed in an important position in his desk for him, right? Where he can reach it. It's not too far from you. If you wanted to steal it, you would need to make a filch test, a little quick test of filch to get this letter that is there. And he also leans in to you and speaks also quite quietly as the dog is stalking outside of the door. And he says, I don't know you. I don't know why I would want to have anything to do with you or my auction. Do you have a reason why I would find you interesting as my dog does?
Because I know who's coming after Sam Lango's territory.
Do you?
And I know about the money that you're moving. So it's better to keep me close.
Ah, you're threatening me. Interesting. That's fascinating. Are you sure you want to threaten me?
I can't imagine you'd want your business partners to find out about this.
But you don't seem to know who my business partners are.
Are you sure about that?
Interesting. By the way, tell me if you want to steal that letter.
I absolutely do want to steal that letter.
Do you?
Yes.
You have to make a filch test.
Okay.
It's a quick test, which means
I'll do a quick test.
No bonus or anything like that. It is a 4.
Oh, okay.
It's not hard to steal a letter that's a 2 off of a desk. So he's staring you down, trying to get the measure of you, this person who seems to know information that maybe they should not know. How are you going about this, trying to get this letter off of his desk?
I think they're doing the typical like magician thing where you do something with one hand to be like, pay attention to this while you do the actual thing with the other hand. So I think that's what they're doing. And with this hand, I can't, he probably doesn't have a lot of knickknacks on his desk, I'd imagine, but
no, it's weirdly corporate. Like there's like this weird corporateness to his desk and this weird like medievalness to the rest of the office. It's a bit of a, it's a bit of like a bit of a split there.
Then I think what they're doing is they are tapping their fingers on the extreme other side of the desk. You know, like if you like were like leaned out and just, you know, they're just like, they're tapping their fingers and allowing their nails to kind of like click against the desk just a little bit.
You can roll your second die.
Oh, thank goodness.
That's a 4. which means you do indeed swipe this letter. I want you to describe how you do that as he says to you, I know everyone who is involved with my clients. Everyone. I do not know you.
I know who your clients are.
How?
Through Sam.
Say that again. I got you
Oh,
got cut off.
They say through Sam. I'm sorry, through Samantha, whatever name you would like to use.
Why exactly would Samantha tell you anything about my clients? And why are you here?
I'm here because she wasn't supposed to die. And I want to find out why she did.
Ah, so you're here to revenge the death of your friend? Something like
No,
that?
revenge is petty and ridiculous. I need to understand it so that the same doesn't happen to my clients.
Your clients?
But now
What
I've given you so much information, and I'm trying to understand what I'm going to get in exchange for that.
Well, probably not dead.
Oh,
I need
great.
to know exactly who, or I don't necessarily need names, but I need to know the nature of your clients.
Nature of my clients. Let's see.
I work for a good many clients. Who exactly do you work for? I don't need names, of course.
I would never give names. My clients are interested in gathering the same territory with the same connections, but not out of, say, Morocco.
He's
If we were to
assessing you,
throw a random.
trying to figure out the right question to ask. You can tell. He's trying to find the right question to ask to get the right answer without giving too much away. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like, for example, you don't say, like, this would be a bad question. So, do your clients murder babies like mine do? That would be like no good because
that would be 2 points on.
right. But also, like, if your clients murdered babies, then you'd be like, oh, absolutely, we're cool, right? But if your clients didn't murder babies, you'd be like, what? My clients are accountants. And then, like, that's real bad, right? So you can tell he's trying to figure out the right way to phrase the question to find out more about you. And he's not, your vibe is that he's not trying to gather information. I mean, he is trying to gather information from you, yes? But you don't get the sense he's trying to gather information from you because he wants intel. Like, it's not that the intel itself is valuable, right? When he says, I don't need the names, it's that what's valuable is for him is to know how much you know, not necessarily what you know, but how much, if that makes any sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between, yes, right? So you can tell he's trying to figure out what kind of person you are, right? Like, let's put it this way. Are you in on the conspiracy or not? This is really what you can tell. Like, do you work for a drug dealer or do you work for somebody else, right? This is kind of the space that he's trying to work around, without, you have framed yourself a little bit ambiguously. Also, people don't believe vampires are real. This is stuff that you're getting from your, right, from your vampire, but also from your tradecraft, right? This is stuff you're getting from your tradecraft. And also streetwise. You've got a couple of skills that are, this is like when Imagine if two undercover cops who are both deep undercover pretend to be working for drug dealers meet each other, and they want to try to figure out if they're both cops, but if the other person's not a cop and they say that they're a cop, then they're going to get killed. And so it's like it's that vibe. He's trying to figure out what is the nature of your clients without giving away what the nature of his clients are in case they're not the same, right? That is the vibe of
Right.
how you can see him trying to maneuver. Huh. So, Morocco. So your interest then is probably things that don't have anything to do with me in that case. I
No. I
don't
said they
deal
weren't
with
out of Morocco.
they're not.
I think they were a little more. They're just as real as your dog is.
All your clients. And you can see him again, there's a lot of and he's being very quiet. He is making it so that
Mhm.
if there were a
And
dog,
Prometheus
I
is
don't know.
also.
Yeah, if there were a dog listening in on this conversation, which would be weird, right? But if there were a dog listening in on this conversation, that dog would not be hearing what's happening in this conversation right now. Just, not that anybody would need to be worried about that for any particular reason, but
Who would?
yeah,
Prometheus is also like really leaned in and like
yeah.
really low voice.
Are your clients more Hungarian or Romanian? This seems to be an important question. Like, this seems to be a very serious, this question has weight for him. It seems to
Mhm.
mean a lot to him. Before you answer, you can ask me any questions you like based on whatever before you answer. Now,
Uh-huh.
this is not a question you've heard before, right? But you can ask whatever you like.
No, but so here's what's going through my head right now. Sam Blanco spoke in Romanian, so he is likely connected to the Romanian arm of this conspiracy, like probably. Um, so if I say Hungarian, then that would be plausible for maybe not a group of people, not the vampires that he's associated with, so which maybe not the ones that he knows entirely. Um, but it could also mean I don't make it out of this office alive because it is the other side.
It's a good
Um,
question. Now, the other thing would be he said he knows everybody connected to his clients. So if you say the
mhm.
same side, that might be difficult, right?
Right, because then
Because
where am I coming from and whose clients?
yes, um,
Yeah.
I'm going to just note from Vampirology,
Hmm.
just to note it, Transylvania is where Romania is now. Just
Hmm.
a side note. Um, that's a thing. There are, yeah, there's a lot of various vampire mythologies because there are a lot of different mythologies, right? Um, that one could think about. Um, depending on what you're thinking about with your various skills.
Um, I would, what would I know with vampirology about Hungarian vampires? Let me just see if I can. I think I, there we go.
So, um, these are things you don't know much about. Really, it's all
Okay.
quite strange. However, there are things to think about. Um, who is Dracula?
I'm,
Who is Dracula? There
yeah.
is there are different theories about who Dracula could be. Dracula could be Vlad the Impaler, who uh, or Vlad Dracul, who was Vlad the Impaler's father, right? Which was Romanian, I
Hmm.
guess, maybe Vlad the Dragon, sort of in this area. But of course, Hungary and Romania are not that far apart. They're actually not. They're very close, and there's a lot of overlap in these spaces. So the idea that Hungary and Romania are being like sort of framed separately. I mean, historically, these things are not far apart from each other. So it's a kind of a weird question. Um, right? There were also other candidates for who Dracula could be. Could be Vlad Dracul or Vlad the Impaler. There were other options as well for who might. Again, this is mythology. You don't know what's what, right? Um, but there were also some other possibilities. Um, there are some myths that make Dracula Hungarian. There's some that make him Romanian. There are different figures. There are different figures historically that have been thought of as being the real Dracula, according to all of your vampire conspiracy theorist fan and people who watch these things. Um, so they're competing figures. There's like a John Dracula. There's different people who could have been the great Dracula, and there's some that are there's some figures who are from modern day Hungary, some from modern day Romania. So as far as you can tell, if you think back at some of the mythology about who could be uh, right, the great Dracula, there are multiple candidates from different countries, and two of the bigger candidates are from either Romania or Hungary, is what I would
So
say about that. I would also say that, by the way, we could just, rather than saying Romania, we could just say Transylvania. That would be a bit more accurate in this particular situation. Um, Escadi is Hungarian, the name
mm,
itself.
interesting.
Hmm. Those are the things that I can tell you. So if you think about it, right? Vlad, Vlad Tepes, right? That's a bit more Transylvanian.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
there is another figure. So either Vlad Dracul, Vlad Tepes, right, who's more Transylvanian. But there was also Count John Dracula, who's a historical figure, who who was probably Hungarian, right? So you've got these two figures who could both be Dracula within the mythology, but
Okay.
one is connected to Hungary, one is connected to Transylvania.
Uh, Remind me what
Ascati is a Hungarian name.
an Escati, I had picked that up at Lango's party. Um, what had I learned about Lady Escati? Like,
Your guess is that you're not certain, but your guess is that Lady Ascati is a vampire who is one of Hollister's clients, one of the big
okay.
important clients of Hollister. Uh, you know,
I
that
mean,
again, if vampires are real. And your guess is that Lady Ascati is probably on the other end of that necrophone,
okay, okay.
right? Because
So,
Sam Lenko seemed to that seemed to be his connection.
right.
But that also makes you think that probably Ascati is Hollister's one of Hollister's clients.
And also, like, they did call the dog a she. So like
They
that
did.
could be Lady Escati literally in that dog right now.
Yes.
Um,
Um the dog is not female.
Oh, okay.
I'm just telling you, they did call the dog she, but that is a male dog.
So this very well could be Lady Ascati in a male dog's
Yes.
body. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
That would be not a bad guess. Perhaps a distressed one, but yeah.
But perhaps a very bad one. But that's what's running through my head right now. Okay, so we know. So based on everything being said right now, it's probably likely that he's allied with the Hungarians, and there is no good answer to this question. Question about his office. Is there only the one entrance and exit?
Yes. I will note something, though. I suppose I should point this out about Count John Dracula. He's fictional. He's from the book, the Bram Stoker book. So he's not real. He's from this book. But he is... but that is like a famous Dracula, right? There's like this sort of the mythological Dracula who's like this Hungarian count from Bram Stoker's. And then of course there's like this Vlad Dracul. So like there are these like different Dracula models, I suppose is the best way to put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna do something stupid. I think that's what's gonna happen here.
By the way, the dog is still
maybe.
The dog is still sniffling.
Yep. Wholeheartedly understand.
Just interesting to know what's going on in this conversation. That's all. Just interested.
I mean, fair. I too would be interested if I were in that dog's shoes. If that dog is who I think that dog is.
Just wondering, what's happening in that conversation.
Well, we can't fake that we're associated with the Hungarian because they have no reason, as far as I can tell, to want to take out Sam Lanko. So we're going to say, then Prometheus, Opal will lean forward and say, Transylvanian.
And there's a little twitch with his eye where you're like, oh, he's pretending like nothing, but yes, that meant something, right? That was that you hit something. And he goes, interesting. I see. I don't know if I can help you at all, but please do go on with your story, he says. Just like, please note that I am not planning on giving you anything, but I do so find your enthusiasm for catering amusing. Please do go on. He says, as he kind of like leans back for that, and then he just kind of leans forward again, and he goes, what brings you to my office in this case?
Prometheus will lean back and say, Tres leches creme brulee. It is the best. And they'll speak loudly for a little bit, and then they'll lean more quietly in, and they will say, because I know this auction means something.
All right. That's fair.
What brings me.
All right. I see. And there's just this little sort of a slight relaxation that happens when you say that. And you can see that he's thinking. And he just does this gesture. Go on about the tres leches. That seems so Exotic, please go on. And you can tell he's now really like he's looking at the door, and he's not looking at you because he's clearly trying to figure out something, right? Which is not about, he's not trying to figure you out. He's trying to figure out, he's like, with this information, what is my triangulation? Like you can see he's trying to figure out how to work the next step of this situation, but he's no longer looking at you. He never looked at you like you were a threat, but you could tell he thought you were at some point in time, right? Like there's like certain moments he was like, do I need to kill this person was really the question that was on his mind. But I don't think hardly
Especially
anyone
after
ever
I
know
like well, I figure he was definitely thinking that after Prometheus was like, yeah, I know that you were laundering money and you weren't supposed to, so
right? Then you're like,
um
oh, do I need to kill you? But now it seems as if this seems to be a little bit different. And he says, well, I might be able to help you and your clients. I just need a little bit more time. And then I think you'll be quite pleased with the outcome of things.
they have high expectations. And then at the end of each of their, like each time they stop for him to say something, they will say more about tres leches and their development experience on the creme brulee tres leches innovative work that they have done.
And you hear like him being like a yes, yes, every once in a while as he's like louder as he comes back in. He says, I don't know quite how your clients found out about things, but it's not bad that they did. Please note, what I'm going to do will be very pleasing to your clients. So I would say that you might wish to, well, they will owe me a favor, shall we say.
Oh, a favor.
Yes. I
They do
might
ensure that.
be able to help you with all goes to plan as well, personally. And
How might you help me?
he leans into you and he sniffs you as well. And he looks you kind of quite seriously in the eyes. And he says, would you do me a favor? Do you mind?
You'll have to be specific.
Oh, it's not much. And he goes into his drawer and he pulls out a bag, which he opens up, and he pulls out a small clove of garlic. He says, would you eat this for me?
And Prometheus will take it and look at him for a moment. And then they'll say,
Insurance.
and then they will pop it into their mouth and eat it.
And then he waits just a couple of beats. Yes, yes, but again, I don't really have anything to do with catering. It's not that interesting to me. Then he stops and says, how are you feeling?
Fine. I'm human. Are you?
Yes, that wasn't the question, though. For the rest of this scene, your shadow is at 1, not at 2.
Ooh, nice.
Do you... nothing different?
And now
And
that you
he's
mention
looking
it,
at you quite intently.
Chrys will like look to the corner of the room, that same left corner of the room where they always see the eyes that are just like out of the corner of their eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
Or their eye line, like
Yeah.
but they know if they look there, they will see the
Yeah.
eyes. And so they just tend
Yeah.
not to look over there.
Yeah.
But they will look over there for a second to see if they can see the eyes. And I think
You
maybe the
cannot.
eyes are no eyes.
No eyes.
They will try to control their emotions, but there will just be like a twitch of their eyebrow, I think, and then they'll look back at him and they'll say, "Interesting garlic."
Hmm. Very short, not a long term and not particularly strong, but just to make sure that you have free will. Not everyone does. So, I just need some more time, and then I can finish my plan, and then your clients will be overjoyed.
How much time?
Well, I need the auction, of course,
Of
and
course.
then I don't know how long it will take from here to there, but once the auction's done, I'll be flying out. Probably just a few more days, I hope.
When is the auction again?
It's tonight.
Of course.
It's desperately important. Luckily, I received my last payment, so I have enough money to purchase the goods that are needed.
I'm sure my clients will want me to be there to ensure they're secured. How would you like me to attend you?
Oh, it's a good question. Well, we shouldn't be seen together.
Of course not.
That wouldn't be good.
I will have a
have to
different
have-
appearance.
Yes, I will have to have my dog with me, of course, so we should not be seen together if necessary. Come to the auction and just make sure nothing out of the ordinary happens. Keep it secure. Then, once that's done, we should meet up afterwards. Going to need some sort of distraction. Not at the auction. I mean afterwards.
No.
For when I leave the
Yes,
country.
no.
We can meet, I think. Go to the auction to make sure nothing happens, nothing strange happens. Now that Lenko is dead, that is going to come out sooner or later, and that will cause a bit of a kerfuffle.
Ripples.
Ripples. People will have questions. They'll want to know what this means or that means. I don't think they'll care too much, as long as, nobody cares about a low-level source of income like that, but we'll have a replacement, of course. I can already assure my clients we have a new replacement ready to go, and everything will be fine. So they won't be worried about that too much. They'll probably take some interest in Lenko's death, but they probably won't be too upset because I already have a replacement set up and in line. So that won't be too much of a trouble. Lenko didn't tell you. Did he know? Did he have names for my clients, or did he not?
Some.
It's not good. He shouldn't actually know any of their names. Let's just hope he did
He
not
had
contact them. His own
way of contacting them.
And you can tell that this makes him actually quite concerned.
What do you fear? And then out loud, they'll say another thing about the creme brulee and Tris Lich's infusion process.
Yes. Normally, I deal with all of the mundane contacts. They don't tend to be very interested in that sort of thing. That he had ways to contact them is not good. That means they know things. Well, who knows what they know? But hopefully they don't know enough, and by the time they find out anything, it will be a little too late. Also, why can I... Oh, I know why I cannot move that. Excuse me. I have a thing here that I'm going to just place right there for the moment, but don't look at it just yet. But it is something that you will
Interesting.
probably want to look at sometime soon. Yes, well. So here's what we'll do. Go to the auction. Observe what's happening. Make sure nothing's strange. As long as no one knows about the auction, no one can outbid me. So we should be able to get the items. Once I get the items, secure them. I don't know. Probably should not contact you personally. We should meet. We should meet up in Romania. Immediately. As soon as the auction is gone, you should leave to Romania, and I will find some excuse for why I need to leave, and then I will meet you there, and then we can do this. We can bring him back.
It has been so long since he has been walking among us.
Indeed.
My clients
And
will be pleased.
they will. Having another ally on your side will be very useful indeed.
I'm a strong one at that. Am I to assume that you have records we could leverage against the Hungarians?
Well, that sort of thing isn't done. There's a pact, after all. But although one cannot technically, siblings cannot murder each other, of course. But if we bring him back, I will be in a much better position. And, well, I know all about the Hungarians, and I can always help. As long as I stay in their good graces and they don't suspect anything.
And your plan will ensure that you do?
Well, having a new friend will give me a lot of different possibilities. After all, it's only so far one can go until you're allowed. I suspect the Romanians will be, or our friend, will be more willing to give favors to those who have awoken him, shall we say. More willing than the Hungarians seem to be.
I suspect they would be the better ones to answer that question for you.
Well, I will be asking our newly risen friend. I suspect newly risen will need good allies. And then I will be better positioned to help. So, if you would,
Excellent.
come to the auction. We won't speak with each other, but make sure nothing strange happens. We're at a very crucial moment. That done, we'll meet in Romania.
Prometheus will reach across the desk for like a pen and paper
Mm-hmm.
and to get like the actual location of like where they're going to meet, whatever that location is going to be, in case he doesn't want to say it out loud.
Oh, he does not want to say it out loud. As a matter of fact, he absolutely in no way wants to say any of this out loud for anybody to hear it. You know, nobody needs
nobody
to
that
hear.
might be standing right outside the door,
No.
sniffling and snuffling. Yeah, not those people.
No, not those people at all. And he just writes down Cornet's Auction House. And he says, there tonight. I'll have to be at a reception earlier, but I will be there for the auction. And he thinks about it and he says, if you have trouble getting in, and he writes down a name, just say that you are a guest of this person, and they will definitely let you in. And it will not be connected with me, so no one will be able to connect us. It's too close to the end. But
good.
I will be bringing one of your clients' family back.
Should I be worried about Jarek?
We can't get rid of him, at least not now. He knows where the castle is, so we need him. But he is not stable.
I'm well aware. How are you managing
I-
him?
Well, at the moment, he's gone a bit underground. I will be able to contact him again. I know he's here in London. He will be going back to Romania. We'll meet up with him there. I don't expect him to survive. I think you understand.
Good.
When Kobori wakes, he will be hungry and will need food. And between you and I think that Jarek would be the best meal. Don't you?
I think if we're going to solve two problems, we might as use one stone.
Indeed. I like the way you think. Yes, it is true. Jarek is a thrall to Kobori. But, and I imagine Kobori will not be as exceptionally pleased to have his thrall killed, but he's not stable. Ever since he was kicked out of the university, he's a mess. And he's not the sort of figure that we really need out and about. Kobori could use someone a lot more stable, such as myself.
I did wonder if you would angle for that position.
Of course.
Is that the favor you want?
Well, I'd rather... He smiles. You know, I have served so very long. The Hungarians. So long. And all I've asked is to be made an assign. And always there's some excuse as to why I cannot be yet turned. I'm not a thrall, of course, but always some excuse. Kobori has no assigns at this moment, which means he will need some, which means he will turn me. And then I will have, well, everything. You know, I don't know about your clients, if they have offered to turn you yet or if you're on the waiting list, but Kobori can certainly have more than one assign. If you are also interested in that path.
I have my own paths, but if they're not fast enough, I would be curious. I'm not a patient person.
Yes, I have been patient for too long. We
So
will
you
never be able
have.
to become true vampires, of course. That
No,
is never
but
possible,
close
but
enough.
close enough.
Did you hear as well as I did that eternity awaits even if we're not full vampire?
Oh, well, we would be vampires, just not true vampires.
True.
And
Not
that is good enough.
original.
No, not original. We don't have the bloodline. We're not of the original, so we can never be that. There can never be any more than there already are. We were never part of the original ritual.
No.
But
What a shame. We
I
could have
know.
ruled this world already.
We could have. But being a secondary vampire is still being a vampire. Not as powerful as a true vampire, the originals, but still.
Still.
So, Kobori will need assigns will need secondary vampires, and he does not have any because he has been asleep for so long. And he will make new ones, and it could be both of us. We could be turned into vampires and not be thralls or puppets or pawns. We could become that
Mhm.
ourselves.
I came here to ensure the auction went off well, but I think I found an ally.
Yes, allies indeed. So, meet me tonight at the auction, and then
I'll be there.
Romania.
Romania.
Hmm.
Something will happen with the ports tonight to ensure your distraction.
Excellent, thank you. And he puts his hand across to shake it.
Prometheus will stand and then also shake his hand.
Turn over your edge card.
Oh boy. Oh boy, guys. Yes.
Read it out loud.
Okay. Hollister's aid. In exchange for you backing off, Hollister's offering to help you in the future. He'll keep the conspiracy from finding you until then. While you hold this card, you may suppress your heat and shadow scores by 1 each. Discard this card if Hollister dies or at the end of the operation. Fair.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I
So,
think Prometheus, like when they stand up, they'll
mhm.
like extend him their card, and then in a very loud voice, they'll say, "Thank you so much for the opportunity to allow me to improve upon my pitch. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your day."
And he's walking you towards the door, right? And he clicks a button on his desk, and you can hear it unlock. And he says, "Well, your pitch could use a bit of work, and it's not the right person to actually listen to it. But I do like helping young people." And he opens the door, and the dog is there. The dog
Oh
is
my.
right there.
I mean,
Yes.
Prometheus knew the dog was there, but this
Oh.
is their
Oh yeah.
in,
Oh yeah.
you know, oh, I'm just a caterer trying to find an auction house in the wrong
Mhm.
place.
Yes. So you should definitely go and look at Sotheby's. But your pitch could do better. And I think next time, rather than going to potential auction clients, because we don't have as much influence, and she sort of walks past the dog with you, and the dog immediately starts following, just starts following as he walks you through the reception to the front door of the reception area. But it's not a bad pitch. Also, I do say that while I cannot help you right now, I do think you might ponder, well, I would like to see that Tres Leches cake. That seems delicious. So maybe I can find some way for you to cater something, perhaps a party or something of mine. But that'll be perhaps for the future.
I'd be absolutely delighted. Here's
Mm.
my card.
Oh, thank you.
Opal.
Opal, thank you.
Have a lovely day.
Yes, well, take care of yourself then.
Oh, yes, yes, of course. Thank you. And they'll give a couple of nervous glances at the
Hmm.
dog before like scuttling out the door.
And as you scuttle out the door, you see the dog who's behind Hollister just like sniffs Hollister for a moment. And then the door shuts.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What you
Um,
have, that letter,
uh-huh.
is an invitation to a reception before the auction. And the
Oh.
auction is at Cornet's Auction House. And there is, you have some time before the auction will go off. But you know, you've heard of Cornet's before. You don't know it particularly well, but you know it is a very discreet auction house, not like Christie's or Sotheby's. It
Mm,
deals mostly with antiques and private collections.
okay.
And its clientele tend to be the ultra wealthy, aristocrats, high billionaires, people who want to invest in art for money purposes, not necessarily for art purposes. Uh, and they've got like secure warehouses in Switzerland, other places like that where they keep all of their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an invitation to an auction at Cornet's, which will be dealing with, you can see it sort of in this invitation, a collection that goes back, a private collection, full collection, an entire collection, like the whole thing, that goes back to the 14th century, that belonged to a white Russian family originally, who fled Moscow
Oh,
in
goodness.
1918. And that this family is liquidating their entire family's collection, which include a number of Russian and French paintings and furniture, also artifacts from medieval Romania, also are there. And as you decide what you want to do, we're going to our break.
Ooh.
It's break time. You know, there's an auction full of some interesting artifacts that's happening tonight that Hollister really needs to get his hands on in order to help the Transylvanian vampires and not let the Hungarian vampires know what he's doing. Clearly, he does not want the Hungarians to know that he's going to wake up a Transylvanian vampire.
Well, and I can't imagine that Prometheus actually wants him to be able to wake up a Transylvanian vampire.
I mean,
Seems
that's up
bad.
to you. I mean, a very powerful old vampire who's going to be hungry seems great. Seems great.
No. Although
Seems
feeding
awesome.
Jarek, that's not really eliminating a problem. But you know what would be interesting? So I've got thoughts. I actually learned quite a lot during that. I did not expect to turn him into an ally at all.
I didn't either.
I was just
but
hoping to get
just
information.
In case, you took a good tack, because he would like some Romanian allies, considering what he's doing.
I mean, he's being sus. He's being real sus. He's playing two ends from the middle is what he's doing.
Well, yes, indeed. But I will note this. You have learned something that thus far nobody else has learned.
Oh.
There are two types of vampires. There's not just one type of vampire. There are the true vampires, which seem to have been involved in some kind of original something. But it seems to you, from what you're gathering, that when they make vampires, the vampires they make are not the same as they are. So so the vampire you met could have been one of these, what he called an assign. You're not quite certain what that it's. He seems to be using assign to mean this kind of secondary vampire, right? The child of one of these true vampires. So you know something that they don't, that has not come out, which is there's more than one. There's a difference between the original vampires and also this second line of vampires, and that these vampires seem to be very, very stingy in making secondary vampires. You don't know what that's about, but you have learned that also it seems as if secondary vampires are not as powerful as the true vampires, but they're still vampires. Also, it seems as if there is a rule that vampires cannot kill each other.
Yeah, siblings can't murder each other.
Siblings can't murder each other. But they also don't seem to be friends. So there are probably things going on here, right? You have the Infinity Ledger. Your Infinity Ledger does not seem split, right? So you think that this ledger you have is probably connected. If you're guessing right, if you're thinking right, if you're right that Hollister works for Hungarians,
it's like probably Hungarian, right?
Yeah, it would be like a Hungarian conspiracy pyramid, right? So there's probably this Hungarian conspiracy theory pyramid, but the Romanians to be something separate.
And I don't even know what their books look like right now, which is not great.
But I will also note that they want to wake up somebody who might be from the 14th century. So I don't know how many Hungarians there are or what they're doing. You know what I mean? That seems to be, there might be some questions about them. But you said you had some thoughts before we go to break.
Well, we recaptured all of the things that I was noticing with the vampires.
Yep. Also, that,
And I think
by the
that
way, your
right.
garlic wears off. However, and you can feel it wear off, but
Oh, yeah.
the eyes sort of show up in the corner of your eye, just in the corner of your eye, just a little bit here and there. But your heat and your shadow are suppressed because Hollister's a lot of connections and is saying this person is not interesting or important, giving you a little bit of protection.
He's a really powerful ally, even though
He's
that
very
guy's
powerful.
probably gonna like cause a lot of problems.
He's very powerful. Just not as powerful as he'd like to be, because he's still human.
It's a shame that we need Jarek because he knows where the castle is. Otherwise, I would
Yeah,
go have a conversation with him. Um,
Jarek's not well. He seems to be unstable. That's what everybody says.
he's
And is
very
apparently in hiding.
unstable.
Is
Yeah,
unstable and in hiding.
which how he's going to get from here to there in hiding. I have lots of questions, and I think we'll find answers during after break.
After break, when we come back, everyone, we're going to have an auction and then go to Romania to wake up an ancient vampire of the Transylvanian line. Because that's what I'm getting is what Prometheus wants to do. Wants to help ancient Transylvanian
Yeah,
vampires who were probably warlords in the 14th century wake up and hang
yeah.
out today.
No, that's absolutely what Prometheus wants. 100%.
Seems like a good idea. That's exactly what they want. I feel like they think that's a great idea. Certainly
Uh,
Hollister does.
isn't that fun?
Yeah.
Oh, I know what I'm gonna do at this time in the break. Anyway, sorry. Never
All
mind.
right. Everybody, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Stretch your legs, drink some water, and when we come back, we're going to find out how Prometheus deals with this. We're going to go to an auction. Bye, everybody. We're back, everyone. We are back for the second half and the finale for No Grave for Traitors, which is what this particular adventure is called. I wouldn't even worry about it. So he left you a note,
Mhm.
right? He wrote down the name of the auction house, where to go. Did not want to say it out loud for whatever reason. And he also said in the note, written down, because this he did not want to say out loud, that he will need you.
He will lead me.
He will need you, and he will give you the
Oh,
signal that you should follow him tomorrow,
okay.
right? Tomorrow, follow him, and he will need you. And it seems unclear if he wants you to maybe follow him tonight as well, just in case. But he wants you in the background, just in case. And that he will need you. And he says he will give you this signal.
Huh?
You don't know what that means, but it does mean something. Something. So, my dearest friend.
Fine.
Yeah.
God. Oh.
So when he was talking about these vampires, the original, the true vampires, and these assigns, these secondary vampires, he kept insisting that you were still vampires if you got to be an assign. But it's also very clear that secondary vampires are not the same as the true vampires.
Mhm.
And you don't know what the differences are between those two, but they might be important to learn what the differences are between those. Also, apparently people don't get turned very often, and you don't know what that's about. There are questions that this is being brought up, right? But you have learned some really important things. One, that there are two different vampire lines or factions, and there are two different types of vampires, which probably have different strengths and weaknesses. So those are all things to sort of ponder, to
Really
think about.
interesting.
I'm gonna have to give you another edge card later, but that's for the moment. You have a few hours before the auction starts. Is there anything you want to do?
Oh, yes, I had this brilliant idea, and now let's see if I can remember what it was.
I am ready. I'm ready. I just need to say out loud, by the way, you have gotten to some very, very deep conspiracy secrets that I
Yes.
did not expect to come out for a very long time. The only reason why is because you because you claim to work with the Romanians, and that is who he's wanting to wake up a Romanian vampire, a Transylvanian vampire, which means, well, you could be very helpful for him if you work for the Transylvanian vampires
Sure,
in this
because I
particular situation.
definitely do.
Apparently you do. That's great.
Let's see. Well, one of the things I think they have to do with this time is they need to set up a distraction down at the port. And because they said they would, so that needs to happen. So I think that they're just going to they're gonna like go down there and look at the shipping manifests for when the next ship is coming into port, and what cranes are gonna be. We're gonna fly, yes, but don't we need a distract? Like, he needed a distraction on the way out of London.
He needs a couple distractions. Yeah, he needs a couple distractions actually. Yeah.
So they're gonna the whatever those cranes are to like unload the ships as they're coming in. They are going to. No, actually, this is a bad idea. There's got to be a better idea of some way. I was originally like, we'll blow some things up, but I don't think Prometheus would.
I don't know you.
Yeah, maybe. Prometheus would do something more subtle than that and harder to trace. So I think what they're going to do is once they identify what the cranes are, we're just going to go with this idea. Once they identify what the cranes are that are going to be used to unload those shipping containers, they are going to set the cranes up so that the second the cranes go to pick up something heavy, the cranes will, the base supports will come off enough that the cranes will tip and fall onto the shipping container. This is the plan.
What skill are you using for this?
That's a great question. That's a really great question. I think there
are options, but I need to know what skill you're using for this. Let's see.
I think it would be
probably a general ability.
Tradecraft.
Oh, okay. You mean for some kind of like a sabotage, you think?
Yeah, yeah. Otherwise, it would be mechanics, I think. But I'm kind of thinking it's like a tradecraft thing where because that's all it is just sabotage.
Yeah, it feels a bit more mechanics to me, though. I think that I feel like this is mechanics, is what I think this is. What I'm going to need you to do is make a roll, is what I need. I'm going to need you to make a roll of mechanics.
Okay.
To set up some collapses. 7.
Okay. Are there any? Well, is there a stunt or a problem I could take on?
You could. Oh, you probably do not want a problem. You could take on a. You can take on a problem, but stunt is possible if you can come up with a good stunt situation. It's up to if you want to spend these before or after.
Well, let's roll the first one and see where we land, and then we'll figure out if we're gonna do something else here. Here we go.
A 6.
Oh, hey! I'm not gonna worry about either of those things. Well, if I do though, and then I get an extra diet, which gives me the push, and I do need a push. So we're gonna do this.
Stunt?
Yeah, we're gonna stunt.
What are you gonna stunt to make? What are you gonna stunt to make this epic sabotage? Or you can take a problem. It's up to you.
I think what would be an appropriate stunt? I think athletics, because it requires like some like swinging up to where the actual pinions are, and getting the weld tool in enough to melt them down so that they'll just snap.
Okay. Stunt your athletics, which will give you 2 more dice. Please
excellent.
Roll.
Hey!
I need you to describe how you sabotage these cranes to collapse spectacularly when you need them to.
So they are first
And
Chris
by
to
the
get
way,
in there.
since you have a
Yeah.
die left over, you do absolutely get an extra
Yes.
push, but there's going to be more because you advanced. I'm going to give you an edge card for this, but I want you to
Ooh.
describe it while I pull up an edge for you.
Okay, so the original plan was to Prometheus's original plan was to dress up like somebody who's just, there to work in the docks. And I think actually I rolled pretty well all the way through. So I
You
think
did.
they
You
dress
did. Absolutely.
flawlessly. Yeah. And it's very male presenting dress. It's all like big that big sort of like
Burly.
heavy corduroy, great big boots. They've got their hair tucked into one of those safety hats, so it looks like they have short hair. And they just sort of like walk in as if they're supposed to be there. And they pick up the tools that they need and they walk right over to the cranes, and then they act as if they're repairing the cranes. They even set out the cones to let people know that the cranes are under repair, not to come near. And then they pick up the cones, and after they drill or melt through the pinions enough to be able to know that they will snap later in the evening, then they take the cones away, they put the tool back in its place, they wipe everything down so their fingerprints are nowhere, and then they just walk off the site.
I think that's brilliant. I'm going to be giving you an edge, and we're going to call this edge, I would like a better, there we go, and that 32 is too tall. Let's,
Ooh.
26, let's make this, sure. We're going to call this distraction, and I feel like 26 is fine. We'll make this a temporary card because you're probably going to be using it. Oops, where did I do? There you go. This is distraction. And with this card, and we'll make this 22, you are going to be able to discard to get an extra die.
Ooh.
I'm going to be very specific here. An
Aw.
extra die. An extra die when a spectacular distraction will help in conflict with the conspiracy in London. So you have a distraction that's just waiting for you to use. And there's going to be perhaps a moment when you might need a distraction. And this card will be here for you in that moment. You can discard for an extra die.
I feel like
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be there.
It might be. Yeah. You'll know. So, what do you do now?
Let's
Badass
see. So
super spy.
Bum, ba-dum, bum. That wasn't quite the right music, but here we go. Let's see. Well, we also need to prepare for the auction. So, oh, that's right. I was going to.
But you don't have much time left because it's tonight.
Right.
But you do have a way to get in. He gave you the name of Laura Burnwell. If you name check her, they will let you into the auction. Otherwise, you would need high society, actually, which you're not also don't, or get a contact with high society. But saying that you know Laura Burnwell, and he just writes down that she is a consultant, like she's like a historian, a consultant for the auction house, and so she consulted on this auction. So if you are connected to her, they will let you in.
Okay. Then Prometheus is going to pose as Laura Burnwell's assistant.
Mhm.
And they're going to wear very like, you can't really tell them compared. If you looked at them, your eyes would probably just slide right over them. So
Mhm. Mhm.
they're
Mhm.
they have a uh they've got their hair, but they've got it like pulled back into like a low bun, so they're framing their face a little bit differently than they usually do.
Mhm.
um
Mhm. Mhm.
they are going to have their contacts in again, so they won't have their glasses on. um and they're just like their whole outfit is just like nondescript assistants, white button down shirts, you know uh simple slacks, loafers, very nondescript.
So the auction house is small. I mean, it's not a huge auction house, but it's got multiple stories. Um, it is has very good security.
Mm.
There are alarms on every window. There are cameras everywhere, lots of cameras everywhere. There are like beautiful skylights at the ceiling that bring beautiful moonlight down into this place.
Mm.
But it looks sort of like a museum in many ways, and there are interesting things all sort of set up behind cases, which also clearly have alarms set on them. So if you smash the glass on these cases, it's going to set off alarms. This is not a very big place, but it is a very, very, very well secured one. Uh, if you had architecture, you might learn some other things, but that's a different question altogether. Um, so this place, when you arrive, um, it's an interesting thing actually, because there are a lot of people around, but you don't see like there's no like bidding. Like it's people are just kind of
Mm.
milling about. They're having some very delicious food, by the way, but there's no tres leches cake.
Their
Uh,
loss.
I know. There is a
Could have
private
been such a
gallery.
good fusion.
What I'm saying. There's a private gallery where all of these items are on display. So people are walking around, milling about through these items, watching through this gallery of all this stuff. And I'm going to have you roll pretty soon, but not just yet. I just want you to know it's coming. Uh,
Okay.
Now, you
I'm
are not an
preparing
art
myself.
expert, right?
No.
But you still, as a person who's an international person of mystery, there are some things that you do know. Um, so all of the items are in this little gallery on display until the auction is complete. Um, and what you see mostly, the items are very clearly labeled. You can see what everything is. Mostly it's Russian art from the turn of the century, is mostly what is here. Um, there's also some mid-century French pieces of art. There's some antique furniture, but all this furniture looks to you like it's been dragged from one side of Europe to the other, right? If this is a white Russian, that means their family fled the revolution, and this is like a lot of stuff. It's kind of like a rich old family, Russian family who's got a
Mm.
bunch of stuff. Um, you can see that it's named from the Kostanev collection. So there is some rich Russian Kostanev family that has all of this stuff. And in one corner, besides all this French and Russian stuff, there's a small collection of Transylvanian antiques. All of them are easily transportable. So there are coins, some small jewels. There's some interesting daggers there as well. Um, kind of intense looking daggers, ornamental,
Nice.
well worn, i.e., used, like clearly used. They look a little bit more like they're like kind of long daggers, so they're like bigger than like a they're kind of like they are weapons. is
Are they like
what
are they like steak? long, like how big you might expect like a great big wooden stake to be?
Bit bigger, smaller than a sword,
Okay.
bigger than a knife, right? Somewhere in that kind of wakahashi. It's like, there's like the Japanese, like you've got the small dagger, they've got the thing that's in between a sword and a knife. It's like that, slightly larger,
Okay.
maybe a bit smaller than a short sword. But they're there, and they are very fancy, actually. They seem like they are maybe perhaps, I would say ceremonial, except that they also clearly have been used and are very dangerous. Thank you. Wakizashi. Thank you, BP Phantom. They're like a wakizashi size, right? So they're like
Okay.
they're weapons, but also fancy ceremonial weapons that also are clearly have been used. They're also old, right? So they seem to be like, a couple centuries old. So before I say anything else, I would like to know what skills you are using as you are perusing this gallery, and also just in general.
Vampirology for sure. Notice. Bureaucracy.
Okay.
And bullshit detector, I think.
Okay.
That's what I would
Anything
use.
else social?
Charm.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
yeah.
You should like mingling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So people are chatting, right? There are a bunch of different people who are interested. And they're like, oh, yes, I think this is very interesting. What about this piece? Oh, I think that piece is sort of tacky. And people are just chatting. And you hear someone, oh, the seller, that's Nestor Kastanev. He's in London for the auction, Oh, he is, actually. Yes, yes. Do you see him anywhere? I don't see him here. I don't think he's here yet, but he is here. It's like, Nestor? I don't know. Like, somebody else like, oh, are these things legitimate? And it's like, oh, well, yes, actually. They consulted with a historian, a Dr. Graves, to make sure that all the items were genuine. And Dr. Graves is an expert in his field. He certainly would know. And right then you're like sort of seeing these people chatting, and then you notice, think about your bureaucracy, nobody's actually bidding out loud. You notice somebody over there, they're bidding on their phones. And you notice that there are computers. So what you gather is that people are bidding either by telephone or on the house computer system, right? There are these computer terminals that people are going over every once in a while to make bids on. And it looks to you as if all of the bids are going to be anonymous. So it will be unknown who actually wins, right? This seems to be how this auction house does its business. All anonymous with electronic payments, so you can bid on whatever it is you want, get it, and take it and put it in your tax haven, or whatever you're going to do with it, right? Like it is, oh yeah. There are people around who might be bidding, but you cannot know who wins this auction without doing things about it, right? And like, you're like, oh, I see. This is for a lot of people want to hide money, right? This, like, your bureaucracy, your accounting, you're like, I see what's happening here, right? This is what this is about. And as you're sort of like mingling about, you notice that people are chatting, and people are like, oh, some of these things are going to go for tens of thousands of pounds. It's a lot of money is what this is going to go for. A lot of money. You would probably need huge amounts of cash if you're going to buy these things.
Somebody just liquidated.
Somebody did just liquidate, but in ways that their bosses wouldn't know about. So anyhow, as you're gathering about, because of the skills that you mentioned, you see something. Something catches your eye. In the corner of your eye, over there, not particularly close, across a crowd, over the Transylvanian section of the gallery. You see it. A painting. Yeah. You see a painting. And the painting is of a man. It's in the Transylvanian section.
Uh-huh.
You're still far away. You haven't examined it closely just yet. But from this distance, you see in this portrait a man. Stern-faced. Hawkish nose. Piercing eyes. Ruddy mustache. And he's staring directly out of the painting at you. Well, that's probably me exaggerating, but he's got that intense stare. It just looks wherever you go, it looks like he's staring at you. It's that kind of really uncomfortable sort of pose. And there's a bit of an iconography to it. Again, this looks to be like it's probably 15th century. It's a very old portrait. And on one hand, one of his hands, he's holding a key. And he's holding it up symbolically like the key is very, very important. It's ornate. It's kind of large. It's ornate. It's blood red, this key. Although I suppose really that's not the thing you might notice most of all. His other hand is probably what you would really notice. His other hand is resting on the head of a hound, a large, pale wolfhound that looks really similar to you. Eerily similar to a hound you might have seen recently spying on you.
Maybe when I saw today?
Perhaps when you saw today. But to know more, that's what you get from a distance.
I think they would absolutely wander to get a closer look at this. They would be subtle about it, though, right? They're not going to just make a beeline for this painting. They're just going to circle the room and, oh, whoops, here we are in front of the painting.
You study it?
Absolutely. I would love to study it with notice and vampirology and cryptography.
Would you like a present?
I would love a present. Is Chrys gonna like this present?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not the right one. Also, I'm doing this on my other browser. I have more than one browser open right now so that I can get the things I need without... This is what I'm looking for. Excellent. So as you get closer and you look... There we go. And you look at this painting close up. There are a couple of things you notice. And when I say notice, I mean...
Oh, no.
You feel it more than you notice it.
Okay.
The hair on the back of your head stands up. And when you stare into the eyes of this figure in this painting, you don't know how you know, but you know this is a vampire. This is a portrait of a vampire. You know it. And you know that the key is important. You know that key is not just symbolic. It's not just like it's a real key and that it means something. And also you know, you don't know, or you feel as if its eyes have seen you. You may look at your problem card if you like.
Hang on a sec. I gotta take a note. Its eyes have seen me. That's not good, you guys.
That's silly. Silly, right?
You guys, I think I've made a poor choice. But here we go. Okay. Shadow. I have another shadow. Uncanny chill. Someone just walked on my grave.
And this
Oh
chill
no.
comes over you as you stare face to face with this figure from a painting. Your shadow is now 3, suppressed only to 2 because Hollister is helping you out.
Oh, thank goodness for Hollister, because I feel like bad things are going to happen when I hit 3.
And I'm sure you're not going to double cross him, because that would, again, you'd lose your protection right there. I wouldn't worry about it.
Why would I
Oh,
double cross Hollister? Why would I be planning to double cross Hollister? Why would I have been planning to double cross Hollister for a long time? Anyway, huh?
yeah.
What?
I don't mean to bother you. I know that you've got other things going on right now. I'm just wondering if you could
Don't worry.
make a test for me, though.
Oh boy, would I love to make a test for you.
Yeah,
What am
yeah,
I testing?
Yeah. Sense trouble.
Oh, that's not great.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Your advance is 10.
10?
Yep, your advance is 10. As you are wandering about in this gallery, but actually now a little bit transfixed by this painting.
Boy, I'm considering trying to
There are no-
stunt in something.
There are no extra
there-
problems, but you can stunt. You have used cover, so you can't stunt cover.
I can't stunt cover. I could stunt cool.
That's to not freak out. I don't think that'll help you not being seen.
Okay. Conceal. How about conceal?
Conceal is to hide things on your person.
Okay. Well, I don't want to use evasion. I actually want to hold on to evasion for a second. Let's roll the first die and see where we're at. Let's do that.
Mm-hmm. A 3.
Yeah, not great. Not great.
A 3. Tell me.
So I might be able to
about
get
this.
a hold out of this.
This is about being in this auction house.
So we're in this auction house. We already walked up to a vampire and picked up a little bit more shadow, which is not great. I think their senses are a little bit heightened, but also maybe a little bit distracted, right? So
yeah.
I think that's why we're kind of middle of the road on this dice, is because like they were like a little nervous after feeling that edge and feeling like they've been seen by this vampire that's looking at them.
Yeah.
Was there a title on that painting, by the way?
No. Absolutely no
Dadgummit.
details on that painting at all.
You know, it would have been useful if they had named who it was, but that's okay. That's okay.
All the other paintings have cards. Everything else is like a card and all that details. And this just says unknown nobleman.
Well, okay. I think I just saw, oh shoot, what's his name again? Starts with a C. Kabori?
Kabori, with a K, actually.
Oh, with a K. Let me fix my spelling.
You might have just, that's a kind of a paranoid assumption to make, but I'm not saying you're wrong.
You know, to be fair, I think Chrys is alive right now because they've been a little paranoid about stuff.
Yeah.
They have not gotten a whole lot of heat because of their paranoia. So I think that's where they're at right now, is they're a little on edge, so they're looking around more, but they are also a little bit distracted because they did not expect a painting to give them to give them a shadow, right? And I am definitely gonna stunt in something, because I don't want to just actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna roll this next dice and see if I feel okay with maybe holding on that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because maybe we'll hit a hold number. Oh, that's only 6.
A 6.
That doesn't.
Now, do you think 6 is good enough? So, to remind the audience, I have given Ari the advance number, which is a 10. There's also another number, and that's the setback number. Ari needs to decide whether or not they think that 6 is high enough to be in the hold zone, or what they think they risk being at a setback, but they don't know what the setback number is. So this is when they have to decide, do they want to try to go and spend some more resources, which they might need coming up really soon, or when I think this is good enough?
For some reason, I feel like this holds isn't good enough. I've got this number 7 in my head for this hold for some reason, and I don't know if that's accurate or not. So what about network? Could I use network for a stunt here?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
Yes, but you have to explain to me how somebody you know is here will help you. That's what I need to know.
So
Because network means people you know, who I might kill. Somebody you know is here who's going to help you seem less suspicious.
Well, I was about to say Hollister, but I don't think that he is going to make me seem less suspicious at all. They know people in what was it, MI5 or MI6? One of the
MI6.
British intelligences, right? MI6.
Mm-hmm.
So I know, I wish it could be Diego. Wouldn't that be lovely to just have Diego? Although he's a little burned in London right now. He's not safe in London. I think that this is I think they see their buddy in MI6 who has a deep cover, but is actually just attending, and this is one of their forensic accounting buddies. So and this person is specifically there because they know people are hiding, that this is how people are getting their funds into. And so all they're doing is like noting, okay, this person was eyeing this dagger for a long time. I think that this dagger is going there. We can potentially trace it that way. Like, and I think that's the person that they know, and that's the reason that person is there.
I'm just noting this for the future.
Yeah, that's probably bad. That's not great, guys. He made a note. You guys, I think I just handed him a dagger.
You now have, let's see, I need a contact. Here we go. Just throw this out there. Now, if you don't mind, you have one more die that you can roll.
Good news, everyone. Keep your fingers crossed. I think I just need to make one more. Here we go.
You currently have a 6, I believe.
Here we go.
You rolled a 3.
These dice are consistent, is what I will give them. It would have been nice to get that 4.
Advance. Let's see. MI6. MI6 forensic accountant. Tent. I should put that in a new line, actually. There. Accountant. Boom. So I'm going to just put that right there for the moment so that you have a person there. As you move, you see this. Please.
Can we call them Denny LaMoth?
Yes. Denny.
Okay.
LaBeouf. Like Shia LaBeouf, but different.
Yeah.
Maybe also an actual cannibal. But that is really not here, neither here nor there. So, as you are, let me just group those things together. Great. As you are moving about this auction house, there's more information to get. There's more things to learn. And you can see and hear that prices, that some people are calling in. You don't know who it is, but you hear prices going up, up, up. And you see 2 men. And those 2 men have slightly loose suits to hold weapons, very few neck, a real lack of neck going on there.
Lack of neck.
Lack of neck. Very big, beefy people, and you look at them, and you think they could be security for the auction house, or they could be the goons
Mm. Mm-hmm.
for the conspiracy. You're not certain, but they look at you, they notice you, they don't because you got a hold. They don't trigger you. They aren't triggered by you. They don't see you and think, oh,
Mm.
you're dangerous, we've got to get you. But they note you because they're noting everybody,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
Which means you're probably going to want to leave, right? And they see you chatting with your friend Denny, so they kind of back off of thinking about you, but you know that you probably shouldn't stay here. You should probably leave. And wait, I've got to put you in the right spot. Wait, there. Ha! Hi, everybody.
Oh.
We're back. Sorry.
Hi.
I feel like my institutional internet is not doing well with the heat that we currently have. And that is just, but that's okay. We are surviving it. Thank you. I'm happy to be back. Thank you, by the way, all of you who are staying with us. I understand that it is a thing. So, you're in the auction. You spot some goons who
Mm-hmm.
notice you. You have your friend, Denny, who you can sort of chat with. But as I was saying, right as you're about like, oh, I should probably leave, someone anonymously bids on everything and wins that auction. Well, not everything, but like basically 90% of everything there, so that if you were trying to figure out, basically somebody doesn't bid on just one thing. They bid on
Mm-hmm.
everything, mostly everything, including the entire Transylvania collection, so that you wouldn't be able to be like, oh, that's the thing
That
they
was
want.
dadgummit. I was hoping he would be a little less smart, just a little
Nope.
less smart.
Nope. So, with that hold and that knowledge that you should probably split, what do you do?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And having seen that somebody already, well, Hollister, presumably, about 90%
Presumably.
of everything.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna listen to our gut here, and Prometheus will actually just sort of, um, after that brief chat with Denny to kind of keep themselves under the radar,
Mm-hmm.
which I think would be a very nondescript conversation, where they say something about being on a sabbatical rather than
Mm-hmm.
or they say something about, just being on a sabbatical so that there's no need for him to go back and look into why Interpol would have sent them to London, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
this is just their vacation. They're just taking a vacation.
Mm-hmm. So
And then they slip out.
you slip out. Now, you could come back later. Theoretically, I suppose you could break in. But I don't know if you need to. Maybe you do. I don't know. You slip out into the night. I have to tell you some things. I hope you're not busy. Are you busy?
Me? No, I have all the time in the world.
Great. So, presumably, Hollister got what he wanted, which was, a lot of stuff, including what he really needs. Is there anything else you want to do before I talk to you? You have maybe an hour or so.
I have an hour. Okay. With that hour of time, I would like to see, and I'm not sure exactly how this could happen, but I think Prometheus would be trying to find out if all of the goods that were just purchased are going to the same place, or if they're going to different, like where they're going, where they're supposed to be sent to.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It was one buyer who bought the whole thing.
But is he putting them all in the
Uh,
same spot, or is he taking some with him?
so you're going to need to you have a couple of options to find this out. You can either break into the auction house later tonight after the auction is done, or you can try to get this information out of an employee, but they're all inside and you're on the outside. You can maybe use your networking skills to see if you can. Oh, look, you already used it, so
I
that one's
can't
done.
use networking. Yeah.
Yeah. It's tricky because you're out.
How
You'll
long
have to
does it
break
take to
in.
cultivate a contact? Okay.
You need the network skill.
For the
You roll
I need the
network.
network skill to make a contact. Oh,
Yep.
dadgum. Okay.
And you stunted with
Living
it.
and learning.
Yep. Yeah, that's how you get your contacts is through networking. That's how you. That's you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Network is, and you
Am I gotta
stunted
go?
it. Yep. So I
Wait, couldn't I
suppose
just use Denny? Because he'll have to leave the auction house at some point.
Denny does not have those skills. You need somebody who's a computer hacker.
Oh, okay.
And you
Okay.
can get a computer hat work through your networking skills, but you use them, and he does not have those skills. So you would need like
Let's infiltrate then.
So you're going to wait until the evening so you can break into the auction house.
I mean, do I have time to do that? I thought I only had an hour.
You're going to have to wait. I've got some time to give you before you get a phone call.
Okay, perfect.
Because you're going to get a phone call, by the way. Do you have, in order to be useful when you get there, you're going to need either data recovery or electronic surveillance. Do you have one of those two skills?
I don't think I do. No, I don't have either of those skills, neither electronic surveillance nor data recovery, but I do have a perfect conceal, which allows me to produce one small item, if needed.
Right, but it's the skills you need to be able to break in, right? So, yeah, you're going to need to get data recovery to get through their records, and you do not have that skill, which means I do not think you're going to be able to track that person without taking time. You would need to rest so you can get your skills back so that you can then break in and do those things you need. Either get a contact, you're gonna have to get a contact, but you've used up your networking skills. And to get it back, you have to take time.
Well, I don't think I have time to take, not with everything that's going on. I mean, technically, yes, I could take time, but I don't. We've got a couple of balls that are already rolling, including the cranes that are going to come crashing down at some point tonight. So
yeah.
So I don't think we have time for that. You said I could talk to probably nobody that I could talk to that's going to be on the outside would be useful for this, though.
Yeah, again, that'll be taking time, right? You have to sort of wait,
All right.
get people.
Okay, well then I guess we're not going to be able to find that out.
What are you going to do tonight? Right now, you're outside of the auction house. Now, I will note this is an option. I don't know if it's a good option, but it is an option. The items are still in there. You could break in and try to go through everything and see if you can find stuff with a breaking into their vault.
But the thing is I don't know what he's actually going for, and that's, I think, the more valuable piece of information.
That is correct. Like, if you broke in, you could spend all sorts of time to like explore all the items without people watching you. But it does involve breaking into a very highly secure auction house.
It's very secured. I mean, I haven't used infiltration yet, so there is something I could do there, but
it will be challenging because this is a high security vault on premises. But if you wanted to, break in to get a good look at all that stuff, you could.
I kind of want
But
to
that's
break in to put air tags on each of the things so that rather than like doing a whole bunch of analysis on what they are, Chrys will just have the ability to track where they go. So they will know later where these things end up. I wish I could time of gifts. I so wish I could use perfect conceal to produce a person, but it's like small things. It's things that you could have hidden on your person.
Like trackers.
Like trackers. Okay, we're gonna I think that's what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and slip back in and put trackers on everything.
Well, on as many things as you can.
On as many things as I can. Yeah. We're going to focus on anything Transylvanian first, and then, of course, everything else secondary.
Great. If you don't mind, I'm just going to need this.
Oh, no. Is it worse music? I feel like it's worse music. Ooh.
I need a plan first. How are you going to break into this very, very highly secure facility?
Okay. So, I'm going to use infiltration. And you said people were eating at this thing. So we're going to bribe one of the caterers to give me their like get up.
You're gonna be able to break in until after the thing is over.
Oh, right. I'm gonna have to break in at the end. Okay, so then in that case,
after it is cleared out, because you're not gonna be able to go in there and do all the things you need to do if there are people around. So you're gonna be breaking in
right
after it's all over. How are you gonna deal with the security measures?
Well, Chrys was able to clock a lot of the security measures when they walked in, right? You told me about like cameras and a lot of security. So
let me tell you, here are some security precautions. Yeah. All of the windows and doors are locked and alarmed.
Okay.
All of the doors use pass cards and combination locks. There are cameras everywhere, inside and out. There are 4 security guards on site at night, patrolling the halls. And 2 patrolling the halls and 2 monitoring cameras in a security control room on the top floor. All display cases, if any display case is opened without an authorization code being entered from the control room, barred gates slam down over everything. In the event of a power cut, those gates come down automatically. They're held in place with electromagnets. So, how do you plan to infiltrate and get past these security measures? You're muted.
Oh, right, because I ate a piece of cereal. I didn't want to be all crunchy in your ears. Could Chrys, when they left, could they have swiped one of the badges from one of the security guards?
Yes, you could. But that, my friend, will be a filch push.
Oh, a filch push? Okay. So as I'm taking the lay of the land of this, I'm like rethinking this idea a lot. I'm thinking, yes, it would help, but
just
being
saying.
Able to get in and get around all of these things. I don't want to use I don't have that many pushes that I want to. I do have 2. I could use one. I could use one. Do I need to roll for it, or is it just a push?
It's a push.
It's just
to get
push?
To filch that card. Absolutely.
Let's filch that card. I mean, yep. Yeah.
Means you do not have the -4 penalty that you would have on this roll. Continue on.
Oh, good. So you said there's that's how I can get in without raising any alarms.
Well, that's part of it. Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
the
What else?
cameras.
Mhm. Tell me your story. By the way, you're committed, yes? You spent your push?
I've spent my push. I'm committed. Here we go.
This is an infiltration roll. Your advanced number is 7.
7. Okay.
It would have been 7 minus 4, but you filched. Yes, but you filched a pass card. So go on, tell me about this.
Well, I think that this is they probably, yeah, let's stick with what they've been doing. They get the same getup as one of these security guards would have had. Whatever that nondescript, whether it's a suit or whatever, they would have had that exact same thing. So when they use the security guard, it's not going to tip off any major cameras. In terms of it being somebody that's unexpected. Hopefully, but they do a lot to, like, they tracked where the cameras are, so they do a lot to keep their face hidden from the cameras. And the first thing that they're gonna do is try and get to that video room and
there are
take
2
care
guards
of
in there.
But if we don't stop people from seeing everything, well, but then that's gonna tip people off. No. Okay, I'm thinking about this.
Roll your first die.
So, oh right, I should do that. Let's see what this first one is. Okay, a 4.
A 4.
Oh, so half there.
Half there.
So then,
I will also, there are extra problem. There's an extra problem if you want it, and you can also stunt.
I can stunt.
Athletics, conceal, filch, or preparedness, and I think your filch is done. I think your athletics is done. So conceal or preparedness.
It's conceal. Yeah, I want to keep preparedness. I want to keep preparedness. I think I am gonna stunt conceal though.
To hide, to like get yourself.
To hide. Yeah,
So
and
you have
I think
2
the
more
way
dice.
the way they'd use this is to try and they noticed where all the cameras are, so
Yes, they did.
as they move around, they're going to be they're going to be moving from area to area where the cameras don't see whatever those blind spots are. I imagine there's very few of them, and so they make their movements between, because there would have to be sections where they would be seen, but that's where they're really careful with the, like, keeping their face hidden.
Okay. Continue on.
There we go. Hey!
That's
Yay.
a 6.
I have a spare dice.
You have a spare dice, which means you get another push.
Oh, thank goodness.
As a bonus. Push as a bonus. Now, we are not done though. Because you need to get into a highly secure vault. I will tell you now. I'm not giving you an edge card, but this is what you get. Please note this. You were able, and I would love to know how you do this, you were able to get into the highly secure vault where all of the items are being held. And you make it in without being detected. And your advance means that you have a viable exit route. So you're going to get a bonus die on any challenges, any and all challenges to escape cornets. If you had to escape this place for any particular reason, you will get a bonus die on any of those rolls because of this advance.
Nice.
You make it into the vault. It is secure, and all of the items are there. All of the items of this huge lot, and there are a lot of items. It's a massive lot. Furniture, paintings, there's all of these things everywhere. And you see that painting in the corner of your eye of the man. And you see, of course, within this lot, now you have time, several daggers. And the daggers have a strange crest on them. What skill would you like to use to think about this crest?
Vampirology. 100%.
That's weird. Okay. So yes, this is the house of the line of the House Dracul. These daggers are from the house of Dracula. They are old, but not super old.
Okay.
Right? So that's interesting to you, right? They're not like super ancient 1400s. They're maybe 1700s. Pondering it. The only thing you can think of is if sort of Count John Dracula is related to the fictional Count John Dracula, Hungary, Bram Stoker, that's not as old as the myths about Vlad the Impaler, so this could be a Hungarian. It's unclear, really. There's something else. What other skills are you using right now as you're hanging out here trying to find things?
Notice and cryptography and research would be the other ones I would use.
I need a conceal quick test.
Okay.
Difficulty 9.
Wait, I used my conceal to stunt with.
So you have no dice. Would you like to, and you can't get more of them unless you stunt, but that will only give you 1. You're not gonna hit a 9 with that and not with a quick test. So I'm gonna tell you a couple of things.
Okay.
You are looking and you use notice, so you're gonna find some stuff. And then you're gonna find some other stuff. You are going through, there's like a bunch of stuff here, and you find a journal, a leather-bound journal that looks quite old. And it is small. It was like sort of like in a desk, right? One of the desks here, there's this little leather journal. And I do not know if you want to spend time reading it now or what you would like to do about all that.
Can I just take pictures of each of the pages on my phone?
I mean, it would take you quite some time. It's a full thick
it's
journal.
A very thick journal.
It's like, it's like somebody's journal. Like it's over 100 pages. It's not big. I will note, however, you just look at it, you're not gonna be able to, if you would need languages, cryptography, and archaeology to read this or get people who do, which means either you take it or you leave it. But it's small, it's a leather-bound notebook, pretty good condition. It looks pretty old though. It looks like it's probably over 100 years old, at least.
We're definitely gonna take it.
It's had some water damage.
Okay.
But it seems important. Also
I like
important
things.
if you're gonna, pay attention. Get a vibe.
Okay.
Something is calling to you. There
is it the painting?
No, it isn't. It would be nice if it were. That would be easier, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
You get a very bad feeling, a chill crosses through your whole body. There's a bookcase here in the Transylvanian section. This bookcase is large and heavy, thick and old, very sort of substantial and heavy. Taller than you. And as you go near it, you have a very, very bad feeling. That feeling, remember that feeling you had earlier when you felt like somebody was walking over your grave?
Yeah. How could I forget?
This feeling is emanating off of this bookcase. There is something is here. Something is wrong. There's something about this bookcase that is very disturbing to you.
Is there anything on the bookcase?
Mm-mm. Again, I would note a conceal quick test of 9 would help you get information, but you have used that.
Yeah, I cannot use that. What about
So the subtle method is not working at the moment.
I mean, what if we get unsubtle and we just do something crazy like touch it? I'm just looking at my other skills to be like, is there some other skill? What about surveillance?
That's
If
to
I
surveil
do a quick
others.
test on surveillance. Okay. All right.
As you ponder this bookcase, that you know there's something about this bookcase that says to you, this is important and it's creepy. Something is wrong here, but it's dark. And this is when the alarms go off.
Nope.
The alarms, I need to have you pause for a moment, though, I'm afraid. We don't get to just go yet because I feel like just telling you this is not enough information. You need to know more information because there's some things that you need to know, right? And one of those things is you are very good at what you do.
I'm so glad.
Right?
And worried.
You have not touched anything that was alarmed. You are very certain that you did not set off that alarm because you feel like you would know if you had, right? That you... Yes, when I say the alarms go off, I didn't say you set them off because you're very good at what you do. And you did not set off those alarms, but the alarms go off anyway. And as you are sort of looking at this bookcase and knowing that there is something here in this bookcase, the alarms go off. And as you register the alarms going off, then you hear footsteps. But not the footsteps. You were listening to those guards, were you not?
Yeah.
Yes, you were. These are not those footsteps. These are the footsteps of someone considerably lighter, right, in weight. And also, this person is running. And they're running towards you. Well, not towards you, but towards the vault. The alarms have gone off, and now you're hearing sort of panicked running towards this place where you are currently sort of snooping, as it were. Also, I'm just trying to get the sound that I need. There is a sound that I want. Here we go. Thank you. There.
Ah.
So you're like, time to go. Alarm goes off. Footsteps. You're in front of this mysterious, strange bookcase that you know there's something wrong with it. And in this moment, a woman, a young woman in her early to mid-20s, rushes into the vault. She does not look like a professional criminal or a professional spy, probably why the alarms have gone off.
Man, amateurs.
Yes. She seems to want to break in to steal something from here in a panic. This woman, sort of like dark hair. What are you gonna do since she's now set off all the alarms and she comes in a panic trying to steal something? You don't know what.
I think the first thing I would assume Prometheus has some sort of gun or weapon on them of some kind. Like
that would be preparedness.
What do you think? That would be preparedness.
That would be preparedness because you went through the airplane.
Oh right, and I wouldn't have been able to take my gun that I got in
Yeah,
Spain.
usually when you get there, you're gonna have to do like a. By the way, I need you to make an evade check, as the security is now alerted.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's do an evade check.
Quick test, 8.
Here we go.
2.
Oh no, that's not good. Are there
have-
any? I
Nope.
could potentially get a hold. Okay, there's nothing.
That is true.
This is either
No,
gonna-
it's a quick test, so no hold.
Okay.
Either 6 or nothing. Nope.
Oh.
Okay. Great.
Oh no. Oh no.
The alarms blare. There are people at, like, the security guards are coming. I have to give you a present. And
I
this
don't want
present
it.
doesn't, I just am here to give you all sorts of presents. Where's my problem for you? Hello. There we go. Problems. Let me get you one. Oops. I have to choose a problem for you. You have a new problem. It is number 32. No, that's all about vampires. You don't want that one. Don't want that one either. So,
Oh my.
yeah, no. Those you don't want those. That's all bad. Those are all terrible, terrible problems to have. Not good. There it is.
Well, a quick
There you go.
question.
Yeah.
Can I use the distraction in this moment for the evade, for that extra dice?
Yes.
Yeah?
Because any extra dice that you get, that any time you roll, actually no, not the distraction. You don't have to use that one because this is but you have an extra bonus die because of your earlier success.
Oh, right. Okay, excellent. Okay, so let's try that bonus die because...
Yes, so you're at a 3.
Okay.
You need to roll a 5 or
Here
higher.
we go.
Mm-hmm.
A 5 or higher.
Yes.
Okay.
6. You do not get this problem. I will just point this out. I will just take this problem off the table. You are not personally spotted by
enough
security,
problems.
by the way. Good for you. Tell me how you and this woman get out. Hi, Greg. Or shall I say Archangel? How do you get out?
And this woman has come running into the room?
Yes, she has. She ruined your whole super spy secretness by not being good.
Honestly, I was it was so much better. So then, Chrys is just gonna like look at this woman and say, what are you looking for? And it's gonna be in that like firm, commanding voice that like, as if your parent has like said, what are you doing in here? Like the sort of thing that makes you want to say the thing immediately.
And she goes, and she has like a thick accent, probably Eastern European. She says, anything that will explain what's going on. And she's just looking around to try to like find something that might help solve her problem.
Chrys will say, you don't have time for that. If you don't want to get caught, come with me. And then they're going to the window that they had tipped the alarm off on earlier. Like put the alarm, like remove the wire so that it alarms it, right? They're gonna head straight for that window and climb out of it.
And without getting more heat, because you have that one bonus, you two slip out. So lucky. Slip out of the vault, and you knew there was something there you could not get your hands on because somebody distracted you. And this woman, panicked, freaking out, is like panting as you sort of make your way out of this place. And she goes, "Who are you?"
That's not important. Who are you? And why were you trying to break into there? What were you
Why
looking
did you
for?
break
What are
in?
you trying to explain?
What about you?
I have business there. You are, what are you trying to solve?
Who are you? You broke in too. What were you
Are
trying
you
to
afraid
solve?
of vampires?
What?
Vampires.
Those aren't real.
Good point. I was looking to ensure all of the contents were there and available, and yep, they are. So good news. Now, what are you trying to solve? I'm not going to hurt you. I'm sorry. I was really aggressive. You ruined. I was hoping to get a couple of things out of there, and that is impossible now. So
What skill?
I think we
She's a little
started with
freaked out.
intimidate and then we switched over to reassurance.
Hmm. And I'm a history student, a postdoc in archaeology.
Archaeology. Here,
And she's not British.
Chrys will like lead the both of them to a bar that's like a quieter place as she's talking. And then like get this woman a drink and then sit her down and like just trying to like calm things down and be like, okay, so archaeology. Why break into an auction house?
Ever since the expedition, I've been having nightmares. I've been having dreams of these red eyes. I've been having nightmares. Ever since the dig, and she looks at you as if she's hoping for someone who might believe her, you know?
Yeah. I think Chrys will like reach across the table to like catch her hand and they'll look straight at her with just a face that looks absolutely open and honest. And they will say, I've seen them too. Where was your dig?
Transylvania? See, I'm a student of Dr. Jerrick. He's a brilliant historian and archaeologist, and he took us on a field expedition to Transylvania. And then he left after. It was 9 months ago. Myself and some other students, we accompanied him, Dr. Jerrick, to Transylvania for a field trip. It was so amazing. Dr. Jerrick was so charismatic and smart and interesting, and he was researching the life of an occultist and a historian named Baron Vordenberg. He was this figure that Dr. Jerrick was very interested in, and he discovered some accounts that suggested a gap in Baron Vordenberg is very well, some people know him, he's been studied, but there are some gaps in his timeline, and Dr. Jerrick thought he knew where Baron Vordenberg may have gone in this gap of time. And the research he found said that he was perhaps traveling with some Russian soldiers during this, around the wartime. And he wanted to see maybe he could find out what happened. And we learned some information about this one of the soldiers. His name was Kastanev. Kasantev, which, by the way, is the person whose lot is being sold right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the person whose lot's being sold, but clearly some kind of ancestor of this fellow. And as a matter of fact, it's the journal that you have belonged to this person that she's talking about right now that you cannot currently read. Well, we got some information. We went to Transylvanian records. We went there to try to find out something about the Kastantev and all of this. And we traced their route, you see, and they traveled, according to records, into the mountains above Sovata. And according to some records we found, one of the soldiers mentioned a castle. And Dr. Jerrick knows that there were several ruins of various different castles in this area. and he wanted to see them, to see maybe if we could find which one might be the castle that was described in the records. And so it was the chance of a lifetime to go and do field work with Dr. Jarek, who is so brilliant. And so we went. We traveled there to Transylvania, and oh, I'm sorry, my name is Carmen Vidraro. Carmen Vidraro.
Hi, Carmen.
Your name?
Oh, I'm Evie.
Okay. When we were traveling there, we started having trouble right away. Our phones stopped working. Our GPS systems would just take us to other places. We knew we were supposed to go. We followed the GPS, and we're not where we're supposed to be. It was like, I don't know. And then we couldn't find the road anymore. Like, we couldn't get back to where we'd come from. And once it became night, it was darkness. We had tents, and it wasn't so cold, so we decided to camp outdoors. It's not a big of a deal, yes? But then,
Normally.
as we slept, all of us had very bad dreams. And in my dreams, I can't, this is so stupid.
No, it's not. I believe you.
I remember knowing in my dreams that there was a dead man buried under my tent, and that he was calling out to me.
Oh.
The next morning, when we woke up, Dr. Jarek's tent was empty. And we searched for him everywhere, and we did find him. And he was just maybe sleepwalking, talking to himself, just wandering aimlessly. But then we went back to university, and then he became very strange, Dr. Jarek. He just didn't come to lecture. He stopped showing up for lectures. We would sit in the classroom, he just wasn't there. And then he started getting into fights with faculty and staff, and he wouldn't talk about anything that happened. And then I know he just left. I know he went to Paris for 3 weeks and then came to London. And ever since, I've been having the same nightmare every night, or every few weeks, of this dead man calling to me from the underground. And it hasn't been so bad, but it's strange. And I figured I have to come to London to find Dr. Jarek. And then I heard about this auction, the Constantive auction. That seems like it's the same thing, right? So I figured that if I heard about it, that Dr. Jarek would come to the auction too. I tried to talk to the Dr. Graves, who was the expert, but he would not speak to me. But I've been having this nightmare all the time, and yes.
Chrys will squeeze her hand as reassuringly, right? Like with this sort of, I believe you, I understand, I care, kind of like all of that emotion is what's that sort of vibe is what they're sending. I am having this moment of is this Jarek or Jarek?
Jarek, it's the same Jarek.
Okay, it is. Okay. I feel like with their knowledge of languages, then they'd probably know that. They wouldn't need to ask about that.
Yeah. She seems to know about where this castle was, more or less.
Yeah. And has been acting differently since he returned. And interesting.
But she was in the same. So Jarek knows where the castle is, but she probably does too, since she was on the dig with him.
Yeah. I think here's what I think Chrys does. So after they squeeze her hand to be like, hey, just reassuringly, I believe you. I completely believe you that, listen, you're an archaeologist, right? And they'll produce the journal and show it to her. And they'll say, does this mean anything to you?
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to be in good graces with her?
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
This journal is interesting. What are your plans? I could not find him. Jedek, what are your plans?
I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. I've seen those red eyes too. That's why I know you're not lying about them. That's why I believe you.
Are you
And I want to understand. What were you going to say? I'm listening.
are you going to go there? You have to let me come with you.
I'm worried it won't be safe for you.
I have to find some way to stop this somehow.
Could you take me to the castle?
I don't know the exact location, but I could retrace the steps, yes.
It's going to be very dangerous. You said vampires don't exist.
Well, I like to think so.
There are things that we do not understand in this world. A lot of things. Dangerous things. If you want to come, I need to get to that castle. But I don't want you to agree to this without recognizing that it is very dangerous. And they're going to take Carmen's other hand so that they've like got both of their hands and like holding them, looking them straight in the eyes. All right. I'll get you a ticket on my flight. We're leaving tomorrow morning.
Okay. Please turn over your new card.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is Carmen how do I say her last name?
Vidraru.
Vidraru. Carmen Vidraru, an archaeology student. She has infiltration. Yay. But also vampirology, languages, archaeology, and history. She seems like a fantastic contact to have.
And she says, if you give me this journal, I can study it tonight, and tomorrow at the plane I can tell you what I found.
Be very careful. Don't go back to your same hotel. Go somewhere else.
Oh, okay. I will.
Tomorrow morning, I'll meet you at the airport at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Sharp.
Yes. And she takes the journal and she steps up, and you can see that she's not slept well. And she sort of just hugs you, like a really quick sort of like slightly like a stealth hug, like just hug, and then like rushes off into the night.
I think Chris will like have that moment of just like, actually, so they don't need to be anywhere else that night. Sure. Well, I know something else is going to happen. Outside of game, I know. Because you said earlier there's a phone call, and I don't think that this was the phone call. So yeah.
No, this was not the phone call. There is a phone call.
I think they will follow Carmen though to make sure that Carmen gets to a safe place. Oh, I think they probably also would have asked Carmen for where their hotel was so that they could go and collect the things for, like, because Carmen will need her bag and her passport and stuff. So they would have gone and collected those for Carmen.
Absolutely. Taking care of Carmen to make sure everything will be fine. This is when you get a phone call.
Hello.
It's me. It's time.
Where do you want me?
There's a park. Small park. It's not too far. I'm going to be walking. What I need you to do is to attack me. But, of course...
in the park?
My handlers will protect me, and I need you to kill them. Specifically the dog. That's the only way I'll be able to get out. If you work for them, you should be pretty strong. So, I want you to make an attack, and that will give me at least cover to get out.
Do you need all 3 of them dead, or are you thinking just the dog?
Yes.
You know what you're asking, right?
Well, I imagine you do these sorts of things all the time. But there's no other way I can slip away without them knowing.
But with one of their hounds? I'd say you'll owe me a favor, sir.
Yes, well, I've already done you a few. So, tonight?
Tonight. I'll be there.
All right. And he hangs up.
Oh, boy. So, they'll head to the park. Oh, boy. That's the last time I burned networking for things.
Networking's a good one.
Networking is a real good one.
It is a good one.
But mechanics, if I get to the park early...
You've already used mechanics. Oh, you have one less die on it.
I can't stunt in it. I have one more die, yeah.
Yep.
Actually, we're going to use, I think, preparedness to set a trap in the park to give me a little bit more advantage.
Can
I get a gun, maybe off of my friend Denny?
No, he doesn't have that, but you can use your perfect conceal.
Okay. Oh, okay, excellent. We'll do that
you
then.
Could use one of your masteries. So.
I just remembered that once I use it, it's gone. Gone.
That is correct.
Gone.
That is correct. You can get to the park early and ahead of time. You're going to get that extra die because you have that edge if you use it.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to.
So, you are there. Hollister is walking with the dog and his 2 bodyguards.
Is the dog close to him?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna use perfect conceal. Well, wait a second. I'm thinking things through more. Because I can already get to the castle now without him.
That is correct.
And it actually makes things much easier for me if he isn't there. It would also be good not to run into that dog in some other instance, though.
You have some choices to make.
I do. I have some very big choices to make, and I am thinking Yep, I might be making executive decisions. I might be abandoning him after telling him, yeah, I'll definitely be there. It'll be totally fine. Does he seem like he's a good fighter? Hollister?
He doesn't look, he looks like a guy that works out, but not like a big beefy dude. He may not seem like a good fighter, but I think that would be deceptive.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? I think it might be a deceptive, I think he's probably deceptively strong.
Okay.
Let me put it that way.
Perfect. Excellent. This is fantastic. Let's see. I like chat trying to figure out where my brain's going because I've got 10 paths in mind and I'm not sure which one I'm going to choose. I'm either going to cut this dog down now and deal with Hollister later. I don't know what he was going to try and get there, which I think will still be useful to have. And it's not going to get there unless there's not going to be a way to pick it up. So I need him to survive. So, and I need him to be able to get there, which means the dog has to go. And I can always just take care of him in Transylvania itself when he doesn't have the dog as a bodyguard. Okay, we're gonna just try and from like, because I was able to get there early and like set up cover, we're just gonna try and shoot the dog first before doing any other attacks.
Okay. You will avoid that then. Let us, before we begin, I want to ask if you do any other preparation for yourself.
I think the other preparation would be setting up lasers around that are triggered by a remote control to make it look like there are multiple shooters at will. So like having just different all of the lasers are kind of aiming in that same general area, but they don't go on until Chrys uses their remote to trigger which ones, you know.
Anything else? Before you go to attack this creepy hound.
Man, I wish he was walking a little further back because I'd put up some razor wire or something like that to try and catch them in between poles. But he wouldn't be walking at the absolute front.
No. I'm just wondering if there's anything else you got going on. Just, you know, just curious.
You know, there probably should be, but I can't think of anything right now.
Great. So, as you are hiding in the park, you see Hollister walking with this dog. And the dog is shadowing him, and these two bodyguards are a bit further in the back. And also, I can do this. Great. And you see this hound, this wolfhound, big as a horse, moving silently through the night, pale as death, jaws slathering, eyes glowing like hot coals. And it moves with this terrible certainty, with this conscious menace. You know this creature is like the occult equivalent of a remotely piloted drone. Please roll your fighting.
Here we go.
Your advance
whoops.
Is 12.
Oh my gosh. Okay, are there any... Yep.
you may stunt shooting because you got a weapon, right? Did you? Because you set. Well, because you set. You got a weapon to like help you with this situation.
Got a weapon.
I think,
got some lasers.
Yeah, from perfect conceal. You'll have
I think
to
that's what
use
we
it.
need to take for this.
So you have an extra dice there. There is also an extra problem you can take if necessary.
Okay, so I have an extra dice because I'm stunting shooting. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
And you also can get rid of that one edge over there for an extra die.
We're definitely, well, before we do
You're
all of
currently at
this,
3.
let's see what our first roll is. So I'm at 3 from the
3
shooting
dice.
stunt. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
This hound is walking, and then you can see its ears perk up, and it begins to sniff. Please roll your first die.
Now is time to shoot this thing. Oh no!
2.
Oh no!
The dog leaps forward, hearing that something is happening. Describe what happens as you have a 2 out of the 12 that you need.
I think so, if you've ever done any kind of shooting whatsoever, you know that you keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire, right? And then you put it on the trigger. I think when they go to rest it on the trigger, because this is a 2, right? They see the dog's ears perk, and there's a hesitation as they try and see which way the dog is going to jump. And I think that's the 2, right? It's instead of just making a decision and going for it, they're trying to be a little too calculating in this moment.
Yeah. And the dog moves so fast, the bodyguards don't even have time to react. Roll your next die. As it turns its weird eyes, burning like hot coals, smells you, and leaps.
Oh no, the dice hate me today.
A 1, that's a 3?
Yeah. For a 12, right, on this?
Yep.
Okay.
The dog leaps and just moves, pounces upon you, knocks you down to the ground, and you can see some sort of intelligence looking at you. Jaws coming closer. You have another die.
I have another die. I need to hit.
This is from your shooting.
12.
You have 3.
I've got 3 right now. Honestly, Crit Witch, that is exactly where my head is at right now, because I have this edge. I have this edge called Vanish. So if I can get out of sight, I can just disappear on them.
But you have to get out of sight.
But I have
and right
to
now
get
there's
out
a
of
dog
sight.
on you.
And that is a very big thing. So we're gonna use the distraction probably, but let's roll this next dice to see how bad we need it.
A 1.
Oh my gosh! How
You're
can
at
we
a
change
4.
the dice color?
You're
This
at
is
a
so
4.
bad.
Your advance is 12. I would like to note you have had 1 bonus die. You can get a maximum of 2 more. There's 1 on the table, and there's also an extra problem you could get. So this creature hisses. It hisses. And it begins to try to bite down on you, to try to kill you.
Oh,
What do you do?
oh man.
You're currently at a 4. You're out of dice.
I'm
You
out
have
of
on the
dice.
table.
I want to use this distraction edge that I've got.
Delete it.
Oh,
And
why is
as-
this not letting me?
Oh, maybe I need to do it.
No.
I got it.
Okay,
Um,
perfect.
You hear the sound of an explosion not too far from here as the cranes begin to crumple and crumble. You have another die. You're at 4.
I'm honestly just hoping at this point that I can get to a hold, you guys.
5.
Okay.
You're at a 9. You need a 12. Explain what this looks like.
So I think that it's about to like sink its jaws like into their head.
And also, would you like to get another die somewhere? Because you're currently at a 9, and there is an extra problem you could take if you would like, for one more die. I just want to know
we're gonna do that. Let's do the problem. Yeah.
Okay.
It might be a bad idea, but we're in this far, you guys. Thanks,
Let me get it
Courage.
for you. Here we go. Here's your new problem.
Oh boy.
You're at a
Oh,
9.
boy.
A 9 out of 12.
Mm-hmm.
If you have taken this extra problem. This is the last extra die you can get. Please turn it over.
Turn over the problem or roll the dice?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Turn over the problem because this is what you get for this dice you're about to roll.
Let's see. It says clawed and scraped. Oh no, I clicked off of it. Hang on a sec. You've got dozens of scratches and cuts from the dog's assault. You can't make any interpersonal pushes until you take time to recover. Ooh.
You have one more die. Please roll it.
Oh man, here we go. Oh man.
11.
I was so close, you guys. I was so close.
I'm going to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
You could have gotten a bonus +2, but you didn't bring anything along with you that might stop supernatural things.
True.
So, that is definitely a hold.
That.
Your setback number, in case you were curious, was an 8.
Oh, well, it's okay. It's all right. It's okay.
No. If you'd got 8 or less, that would have been a setback. It was a very high setback number.
I mean, yep. I knew this was gonna be bad fighting this guy.
And this creature is on you. And as it opens its maw, you smell sulfur coming out of its breath. Its breath is not like a regular dog's breath at all. It's foul, it's sulfurous, and its jaw is just about to clamp down on your neck and rip it out to pieces in some kind of terrible way. You know this might be it. You've shot it, you've set up traps for it, and this thing just keeps going. And right before it can kill you, you hear nothing, but the dog hears something. And the dog goes, and it looks at you, narrowing its eyes. It sniffs, and it just gets up, steps off of you, gets up on its hind legs like it's standing, looks around as if there's something really important or dangerous or interesting, gets back down on all fours and bolts off into the night. Something has gone wrong, but you're alive and you are alone. Hollister and the guards are gone, and you are alive. But something happened.
Oh man. Well, that went about as bad as I thought it was gonna go. At least I'm not dead.
You got a hold. You were so close.
I got a hold.
If you had brought that, if you brought garlic with you, for example, that would have helped.
That would have been good. That would have been real good. Living and learning.
So, what do? You have an injury.
Yeah. Well, our flight is tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
Can that time count for the taking time, the flight?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, we're gonna
Absolutely.
do the best we can to bandage ourselves up, and then we're gonna take that flight.
So let's talk about that for a moment. You're taking time, correct?
I mean, we've got to take it to fly, right? Like, I think, right?
Yes,
There's no
that is
way I can do it
correct.
without that. Yeah.
That is correct.
Hang
So,
on, before I do this, hang on, hang on, hang
yes,
on. So,
I'm asking you these questions
okay.
because this is the moment.
Uh, they're going to.
By the way, I just need to point this out. This is actually quite important. You know Hollister's aid that you have?
Uh-huh.
You still have it.
Oh, interesting. Well, he's still alive then, and
He still
he
counts
appreciated
you
me
as
at
an
least attempting it.
yes. Well, you did what you needed to do, which was distract the dog so he could escape.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, good news, I guess. I
Mhm.
question the aid of Hollister legitimately.
I mean, he's helping you out.
I want to know where that dog went so bad.
Do you?
Um, I do because I am a curious person.
Mm.
Um, but I also don't want to die. Here's what I think we're gonna
Mm.
do.
Mm.
We're gonna use the plane time for the taking time to hopefully remove this clawed and scraped problem.
Okay.
Uh, is there any way to trace this dog that ran off? I mean, it's running really fast.
Yeah. I mean, you could go stalking the dog, but that would be a whole nother thing.
No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna try and get to the castle.
Okay.
The dog knows somebody tried to kill it. The dog knows it's me, which is not good news.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So, you're going to be taking time. The only problem is you're going to need to take time twice.
Okay. I'm gonna
Once
give them
tonight to get rid of the
lots of
card,
time.
and the second time to travel.
Well,
Oh, let me get you a card. Would you like to take the time to sleep and recover that way, and then do your travel?
no, I don't want to take that time. I just want to do the travel time because I know I have to take the travel time. So we'll keep the problem.
Great. Um, excellent. So please refresh all of your abilities. You will be
Cool.
countering none of
Cool,
your
cool, cool,
problems,
cool, cool.
but you will travel.
This is true. I'll just keep adding them up.
Yeah. As you travel, you don't look great at all. And
No.
you're on the plane and you're traveling to Romania with Carmen. And
Mhm.
she's talking to you. You wish you could sleep, but you can't. Instead, she's talking about what she found in this journal as you travel towards Romania. And she says to you, I'm going to tell you two things at the same time, but I only have one mouth, so, I can't do it all the way that I would really love to. But she says, well, this is a diary, you see. This is, uh, well, this is the diary of Vasily Konstantin, who was a soldier, a Russian soldier. Um, this is very interesting to me. So this is, well, he was part of this group that went with this Baron um, to go and, well, it seems they were entangled with this Baron Vordenberg that Professor Jarek was so interested in. It seems that in the diary it mentions that the Baron Vordenberg had some kind of blessing that protected him from danger. The translation's a bit difficult. He was being a bit vague. Um, they would go against sort of many enemies, and she's looking at the diary. But sometimes he would tell the soldiers not to go with him, that he would go by himself to face the danger, because he would say But the soldiers were vulnerable, but he was not vulnerable. So he had some sort of artifact that protected him from danger. It was called the Psychoran Crucifix. And this was some sort of artifact that kept him safe from dangers. But it seems as if the dangers were not normal dangers. This Psychoran Crucifix still exists somewhere, but he does not know where. Perhaps someone might know. It says that one time during the Russo-Turkish War, Baron Vordenberg brought these soldiers with him to the translation is the home of the devil Kobori, which was a castle in the mountains above Sovata in Romania. This is where we went with Dr. Jarek. It says in the diary that they killed the devil as he slept, and then they fled. And they took with them 1/10 of the treasure of this place. So it seems as if they went, they killed this devil, and then looted some of the treasures. But very strange, it says also in the diary that behind them, the castle fell into the mist, is what he wrote, as though the earth shook, but there was no sound. It also says that Vordenberg took with him a key from the castle. But when black doors, I don't know what this means, but when black doors pursued them and chased them, he gave this key to Kastantev. Kastantev, who was writing this journal, he never saw the Baron again, but he believed that the Baron died in the wilderness. I don't think this is true, but yes. So this is a story about following this amazing man, this Baron Vordenberg, who fought devils, I think, had some sort of special artifact to protect him, that perhaps could be found. You must find someone who knows about these things, perhaps. But this man, Konstantin, had the key to this castle, it seems.
Perhaps that was among the things that were at the auction house then.
Perhaps I did not see anything like this, though. Nothing was listed in the entries.
I didn't see a key either, but I didn't make it all the way through. And Chrys resists the urge to like look at Carmen after saying that.
Do you look out the window instead?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. You're in the air, international flight, way up in the air, you know?
Mm-hmm. Lots of clouds.
And you see clouds. You also see bees on the outside of the window.
Bees?
Clustering bees. Just swarming on the window. Right your window where you are.
Chrys will put like a finger on the window to see if they go toward where their finger is, because it's like double paint, right? It's like
yes, it is double paint.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Isn't that fun? Has my shadow tracker gone up at all?
No, but we have shadow blowback now. It's
cool.
Currently at 2. These bees who should not be here are swarming around your window.
Cool. I'm sure that's fine. Yeah, exactly, Lysander. Bees are our friends, you know? Oh.
Well.
Well. So we don't know where the crucifix is. We just know it exists somewhere.
Yes. Yeah. But you have a name for it. That is probably a thing you should maybe look to in your next adventure to see if you can find it.
Yeah.
But that said, I will tell you this. It's about 3 hours to get to Bucharest.
Okay.
And you arrive in Romania. You have a postdoc archaeology student who's willing to take you to follow back those tracks to where there might be this thing. If you want to get a weapon, you either have to roll conceal or cover before you recover to get it through security, or just pick one up here from networks.
Okay.
What would you prefer?
Hmm. I'm gonna roll cover for this.
Did you have cover left before you refreshed?
I don't remember. I refreshed and I might not have,
Cover.
honestly.
I don't think you did. I think you used both of those.
I don't think I did. I think I did, actually. I don't think I had any of those. I have cool, I think I had cool, driving, evasion, like those things.
Yeah. So that'll
Sorry, I
have to be
already
network.
clicked all the buttons.
Sorry. Network here.
Network here? Okay, let's do that.
Please do. Difficulty 7.
Cool.
No, just it's a bit lower than that. 1.
Oh,
you have another die.
Man. Oh man. Okay, hang on. I'm switching my die color yet again. Ugh.
Your advance, by the way, is 7.
Wow. 2. Well, okay then. I think the dice don't want me to have.
Would you like an extra die for a problem?
Man, another problem. We're gonna have to take time to handle these problems. The dice definitely have an agenda. I don't know if I love them though, chat. I think I have other words for the dice right now.
You can take an extra problem if you like.
Let's do a problem. Let's do an extra problem.
You get 1 extra die.
Cool. Here we go. I'm going to roll that now. Oh, okay. That's 3 1s in a row. We're just gonna take that.
A row, which is still a setback. Here's the thing, my friend.
We are collecting so many problems right now.
You're collecting a lot of problems. And here you go. We'll just give you this one. This one's just a very pleasant one. There you go.
A pleasant problem.
So, pick one. Your contact here either hates or mistrusts you, which means you have to spend a push to get anything from them. You owe them a debt or a favor, which you're going to have to do before they will give you anything, which will take time. Or they're under surveillance, or otherwise getting to them will be difficult. I think you should probably spend the push.
Can I spend a push with Claude and Scraped? Is that an interpersonal one?
It is an interpersonal push. So, yep. That's time. That's so sad for you.
It is. It is very sad for me.
You cannot spend interpersonal pushes while you're messed up like this.
So I think, can we, after we land, take time before we start looking for people?
Yes, you can. I would love for that.
Okay.
So you're going to recover, I'm going to assume. Let's talk about how that goes. What are you going to do for your recovery?
I mean, I assume that's just going to the hotel room, finding a hotel room that will accept cash that we can just slip into and get a little bit of sleep. And I'll also tell Carmen to keep a low, don't go out, just hang out. I just need to catch a little bit of sleep.
Cool. Love it. So you're sleeping, yeah?
Yep. Yeah.
Great. As you sleep, it is quiet. everything is fine. You sleep quietly and also calmly. And you sleep well. Except for the sound. You know?
What sound?
Sound of mice. Keep hearing mice. They're
Not
chittering.
bees? Oh,
No,
God.
mice. Lots of mice. A lot of mice. Do you look?
Am I going to lose my taking time if I look?
No.
Then yes, I definitely look.
Up there in the air conditioning vent, you see an countless number of mice just watching you as you sleep.
Oh,
With those eyes, you know, the eyes that are far too intelligent. And they're watching
okay.
you.
Now I'm being followed. I'm being followed
Yes,
by
you are.
bees and mice and
That is
everything.
correct.
Everything
That is
is following
correct.
me. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yes.
I really should have killed that dog. If only I hadn't gotten so many ones.
You are being watched. Someone is aware of you and where you are sleeping. At least for tonight. Someone's expecting you. Luckily, you only have Shadow 1 and 2, not Shadow 3, because one of your shadow is being suppressed. If you had a Shadow 3, that would be different, and you'd have a much bigger problem than you do right now. Gonna just note that, in case you were wondering.
I think Chrys definitely like puts a like sheet over the or like a towel over the vents to stop them from actually physically being able to see them sleep.
With that, oh, I needed to get this for you. Excuse me for my, this is what I was looking for. You are able to trade out your injury card for a hurt card. You may turn it over if you wish. It's pretty generic. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Sort of.
All right.
I
don't believe you. Let's see. Hurts.
Please.
It's only blood. Maybe not even your blood. The accumulation of injuries slows you down. While you hold this card, you're at a -1 to all physical rolls. Discard at the end of your adventure.
Injuries don't really go away, but hurt goes away. So that's okay. You're still hurt.
Cool. Cool.
You are refreshed. You may spend that push to get a gun.
Cool. Let's do that.
Your contact. We'll talk more about that contact later, but that's not the important thing for now. What's important for now is that you and Carmen are heading to the castle. Traveling through the countryside, deep into the mountains, where you might be able to find, one hopes, this castle. And I know I've got 13 minutes, so we're going to leave you somewhere pretty desperate, I'm afraid. Carmen travels with you, trying to trace back her steps. You've got a rental car, maybe like a Jeep, heading through the sort of like the mountainous countryside. And as you're traveling, when you first start, she's like, I think this way perhaps. No, I'm not certain. And as you go deeper and deeper into the mountains, she becomes less and less uncertain as to which way to go. She thinks, no, wait, It was this ruin we visited, yes, which means we have to go this way. As you drive further up the mountains, along those very narrow country roads that spiral around dark wooded hills, she gets more and more certain that you're going the right way. She gets more and more excited. And she says, oh, wait, I remember things I forgot. We went right this way. Yes, all of my memories are coming back. This is amazing. Yes, I know exactly where we're going. I feel like we could not be lost this time. I know exactly. So what do you plan on doing when we get to the castle? The castle site, what are you going to do? Are you going to dig up the Count? What? Count Kobori? Yes, will you dig him up? Are you going to kill him? How will you deal with Dr. Jarek? I'm sure he will be here. What are you going to do?
There are a couple other people who will be there too.
Oh, how will you deal with them?
One of the things that I wanted to have Chrys do was ask around about that crucifix in Budapest.
You will need a contact with a cult.
Yeah.
And your networking skill is down 1.
It is down 1, yeah.
That's some occultism.
I mean, could I network and stunt mechanics? For
mechanics?
I'm reaching here. Okay. Ooh, could I network and stunt driving?
Not to find the crucifix.
Okay. What about
because you want to find somebody who you want to find somebody who might know something about the crucifix. You need like a scholar who knows about these sorts of things.
Because I think like,
and you can always put
stunt any
Carmen,
of the investigative abilities.
No, you can always put Carmen on the mission. If you get back, she can go and do searching for you if she doesn't die.
If she doesn't die. I mean, I was hoping to be able to take the crucifix with me to this castle. Not gonna lie.
It's not here.
Oh, well, never mind then.
Vordenberg had it, and nobody, the guy that had the diary doesn't know where he went. So you have to track down Vordenberg.
So we're gonna have to do a lot of stuff. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, then I think that they before leaving they would have picked up a regular crucifix then, and garlic and steaks and silver bullets. So if I need to spend preparedness to make that happen, but like all of the things that you typically think of, you know, when you're going to fight vampires, that's what they're going to collect and put in and have with them in the car.
That'll be a preparedness push, which leaves you with no pushes.
Oh, right, because I didn't spend this push. I meant to.
That is correct.
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna hope the dice.
Okay.
We're gonna hope the dice don't hate me next time.
She wants to know everything about what you're planning on doing. She's very excited. She's like getting a little bit manic, actually, right? Like she's kind of in a kind of a manic state as you're getting closer and closer. But then night falls, and it's dark. Too dark to drive. And she says, we should sleep. We should camp. I have a tent. Or we can sleep in the car.
Let's sleep in the car.
She nods.
And Chrys will look out, and they're gonna remember the dream that Carmen had told them before. And like all of that is part of this decision making of not sleeping in a tent on the ground near this castle.
You both drift off to sleep. I need you to make a fighting test.
Oh no, the dice have hated me so far.
So let's talk about this. fighting test while you're sleeping. The advance is a 10 because you're sleeping.
Okay.
You may stunt if you like. Let's talk about some options. You're going to get a +2 to this roll because Hollister is suppressing your shadow, which means it's only 2, which means you're going to get a +2 to this roll. So you're currently at 2 dice for fighting, +2, and you need a 10 because you're asleep, as you're attacked while you're sleeping. And there are stunts available, and there's also an extra problem available.
I'm gonna try and stunt athletics.
Your stunts are, because you're asleep, sense trouble, evasion, preparedness, or you have weapons. So you can get that extra die for the fact that you have weapons instead.
So it's sense trouble, evasion, preparedness. Can't do preparedness.
Or the fact
Or
that you have
shooting?
weapons will be fine, actually, because you got them.
Okay.
But I will just note,
You
don't have to pay anything for it, but I will note that what you're using is weapons. You'll be using something deadly in this fighting roll. That's your choice.
Oh boy. We're gonna use evasion.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to decide yet. You can decide after you roll.
Well, that's true. Let's roll. Let's see what the
Okay.
first roll is.
Yes, please. A 2.
This is so typical. This is so typical of the dice right now.
You
Okay.
need a 10.
We're gonna
You
try
are sleeping.
changing the dice color.
You were sleeping.
I need a 10. But
Strange
technically I
dreams.
need an 8 because I've got 2
Yes.
additional. So I need another 4 at least.
Yes. Dreams are strange.
I'm gonna just try rolling this dice. Listen, die. I just need a 4. I just need a 4 out of here today.
A 2.
No.
You're currently at a 4 +2, which is a 6. You need a 10 to advance. Your dreams are increasingly disturbing. You keep hearing about a man underground calling you. Would you like to either stunt or take an extra problem?
I'm actually gonna hope that this is a hold and I'm not gonna do anything else.
By the way, you're at a -1 because of your hurt.
Oh,
So that
right.
was a 6, you're at a 5.
So we're actually at a 5.
Well, you are at a 5.
Yeah.
Do you think 5 is good enough? Do you think 5 is a
No.
hold?
Not really. I don't actually. I don't. All right, we're gonna stunt evasion.
Okay. One more die.
Here we go. Oh, you know what? Okay. All right. Okay then.
6. Your dreams are disturbing and strange. And you have a dream that Carmen is coming towards you with a tire iron. You open your eyes and it's no dream. She is about to hit you in the head with a tire iron. She's about to smash your face in.
Oh my god.
And you see that her eyes are blazing red. And that she is not in control of her body at all. Tell me how you knock her out without killing her since you didn't use weapons.
So we've established before that Chrys is very good at judo. So
Yes.
simply what they do is, and this is an evasion stunt. So I think what they do
Yes.
is it's simply like a judo move. It's a sliding them out of the way, or sliding her out of the way, and then catching the tire iron and twisting it out of her hand as she goes down, and then just continuing the movement of her head so that it knocks against the side of the car.
and Carmen is out. In one swift move, using your judo and your evasion, her head slams in the car and she's unconscious. Which is probably, although she probably wasn't really there completely, but there is somebody who had been there. And as you sit there, the rain begins to fall, heavy, splattering against the windshield. And that's when you see it. Up there in the distance, there is a strange light. Upwards. Further up the hills, into the mountains, you see a strange light. And you know what it is. It's the castle. It's the castle.
Yeah.
You've made it to the castle where the Count is waiting to be awoken. But my understanding is you have to go.
I do. I have another show tonight.
You have another show tonight. This is your climax. It's right here.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
seeing there's almost nothing left. We probably don't need much time at all to finish this.
I have a question for chat. How many ones was it that I just rolled? I feel like it was double digits, but I don't know for sure.
So,
I'm excited.
You are at the edge of the castle of Count Kobori.
The house of the devil Kobori is
the house
per the journal
of the devil Kobori. And this is where I think we have to end it, because you have a show to do. We have a hard out. We got to go.
I'm sorry.
I am so sorry for all of those internet conundrums and problematicnesses. I am so sad about it. It makes me, it hurts my heart. I'm so sorry.
This is the world we live in.
I think it's the heat has hit over, is messing up with our network. So, you, my friend, have almost, we'll just have to find like an hour probably to finish this sometime soon. I don't think you're going to need more than an hour for this.
I don't know. Let's see how many ones I roll.
Yeah, that'll make it probably go faster. Please remember you're at -1 at all your physical tests because you're hurt.
Yeah.
But we are going to have to end it here. And our title is The Devil. I will also note that I'm going to have to stitch together 3 different bits of video to make one video for the YouTube, which I will do. And I'm so sorry, everybody, about that. But I want to thank everybody for being here. While I'm going to go and look to see if we have any messages to read out, I would like to toss it over to Ari to say who you are, where we can find you next. And I suppose I should mention, because I feel like it's only useful, the castle that you see in the distance doesn't seem completely corporeal.
Oh,
it
good.
Seems to emerge from the smoke.
Out of time and space.
Out of time and space, this castle seems to be emerging as you are so close. You didn't take the extra problem, which is such a shame.
I don't know. I think I got plenty of problems. I got 4 problems right now. I feel like that's a good number of problems. I'm really happy for my unshakable right now. That is going to be real nice.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was going to be necessary, but now I'm really happy I have unshakable.
Nice. So, my friend, tell us who
Mhm.
you are, where we can find you next, and tell me something about like a highlight for the moment, or what you're looking forward to when we get our final uh, climaxy confrontation with the devil. And
Boom,
I'm
boom,
gonna
boom,
look
boom.
to see if we have any tips, bits, messages. Go ahead.
Right. So hi, I'm Ari underscore Ventures. You can find me online, on Troopers channel. You can also find me in live shows here in the Seattle area. So, for example, I'm headed off to go do the opening for our show Impossible Loves. That will be at 7 p.m. Pacific time at Unexpected Productions. And I will, let's see, Mouth Wide Shut also opened this weekend, which is another show that I'm in. That is a Friday, Saturday show. And I am not in next week because I am going to go float down river with some friends, which will be a lot of fun.
When do you leave?
But I
When do
believe
you
I'm in the
leave?
weekend after that. To float on the river Friday.
Mm-hmm. You're leaving
Friday.
Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can grab
Yeah.
something like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll talk about it because we can finish
We
this up
should
before you
we
leave.
should talk.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Probably not. I'm flying this week. Anyway, you guys,
Yeah.
hey, it's a whole thing. My schedule's a whole thing. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. What else was I going to say? Oh, right. Moments that really stood out for me. So turning Hollister ended up becoming an ally was
Yeah.
wholeheartedly did not expect that.
Me
Really
neither.
loved that. Like, yeah, I was very, very excited by that. And I felt like it gave us the option to like short circuit a few things. Although I am recognizing that we didn't meet up with him in Budapest, which I think
That's fine.
we I think will be interesting, because Chrys also didn't take him out either. So there's a real chance he could appear at the castle. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah.
right.
Uh,
Unfortunately,
absolutely. You need somebody to open the
at
door.
least he has the key, I
He
assume.
does. Yes, he
Yeah.
does. He
Yeah.
got the key.
Because it was in that. Yeah.
It was in the bookcase.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
Which
hidden.
I would have found if I hadn't been interrupted by looks at Carmen. Amateurs.
Yeah, amateurs. Unfortunately, she's unconscious right now because some sleeping vampire took control of her body and tried to kill you.
I mean, that just seems excessive.
I'm TrooperSJP, and let me see. Yeah, I love this. I've had such a good time. I love to see how players swerve and where they do, and this is really exciting because a bunch of new information has come out that, if you watch the last one, are really good new info. And I don't know what Prometheus is going to do, what our agent will do. We'll just have to find about an hour or so to finish this up, and then we will. And let me see. What else do I want to tell you? I'm going to just read messages because we got message to support the show, and then I'll say something else. We got 5,000 bits from Time of Gifts. Thank you, Time of Gifts. Thank you so much. And also, we just got an anonymous tip from Anomyonus.
Ooh.
From Anomyonus, donated $250. Thank you so
Wow.
much. That is
Thank
amazing.
you.
Oh, that actually will cover a whole bunch of things. Thank you so much. And thank you.
That makes me so excited.
I know, me too. And maybe it will help Ari survive this last moment with going into the castle of the devil Kabori. But hurt, lots of shadow, lots of trouble. Your ally, Carmen, is currently unconscious, cannot come with you because a little bit unconscious is maybe not a bad thing that she is not coming with you right now. But there's probably only one way to stop somebody from being enthralled to a vampire.
Kill them?
That is correct.
Good. I'm glad my bloodthirsty ways are finally paying off.
If you can kill a vampire, a true vampire.
That part is the question.
Yeah. I wonder how that's going to work because
I don't
who
even
knows
have
how
a
to kill them.
potion.
You have a bunch of stuff. You brought like silver bullets, crucifixes, garlic. You're like, I'm getting vampire fighting stuff. You spent the push for it. So you've got a bunch of gear. So we will see what happens.
Why not
My
both,
friends?
BP Phantom? It could just be both.
I want to thank every single one of you for watching us. I'm going to stitch this together. I'm sorry for the tech problems. Don't know what's happened with the internet, but it's hot here, so I think it's that. We will find a way to finish this session, finish this story, and to see what happens because, yeah. My friends, I will catch you all on the flip side. Thank you so much for being here, and take care of yourselves. And if your friends start getting really weird, watch out. They might hit you with a tire iron. That's just it. Thank you. Everybody, take care of yourselves. We'll catch you on the flip side. Bye.